Good evening, everyone. It's 7 o'clock. I'm going to call the March 3rd meeting of the Town Council to order. Thank you very much for being here. Roll call, please.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Syak.
Here.
Councilmember Rennie.
Here.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Jensen.
Here. We always start our meeting by inviting a member of our community up to lead the pledge, and I'm going to ask Adam Moore to come and join me up here. Adam is in 11th grade at Los Gatos High School. He is, you can probably tell, he's a wrestler and on track and field. He's a sprinter. And he's also a member of our youth commission in the first year and is very excited to get involved in town and to do things for our community, which is something that we're championing a lot of. And given that we're going to be presenting a proclamation later, right after this, to the Red Cross, what Adam told me about that he's really interested in fits right in. He's very involved with teen wellness with the Los Gatos Youth Commission, very interested in making sure our youth citizens are taken care of and stress-free. And as part of that, organized puppy therapy at the high school very recently, where they brought dogs from Canine Companions into classrooms and teachers could come in with students and kind of relieve stress and make sure that everybody was feeling good. And Adam, I think that's really great. They're thinking about doing it for finals as well. So thanks a lot for doing that. And Adam, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thanks. Let's have a round of applause for Adam and everything he does. Okay, thanks again, Adam. And now, as promised, I do have a presentation to make this evening. Some of you may or may not know that this month is Red Cross Month. And as part of our wellness in our community, our emergency preparedness, the things that we've been working on throughout the community this year and beyond, it was appropriate to recognize as one of our community champions the Red Cross in Los Gatos and the greater Silicon Valley for everything they do to make sure that we are prepared, make sure that we're healthy, make sure that we're well, make sure that when there's an emergency or a catastrophe, we hope there's not, but that they are there to make sure that our community can respond effectively and it has a resource to look to. So I'm really proud to be able to invite up Ken Torin, and he is going to, I think, ask for others from his organization to join him to get our, what we call our Community Champions Proclamation for February. And thank you for everything you do as unsung heroes in our, well, not unsung, but because you're sung right now, but heroes in our community. Thank you very much for everything. So Ken?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. This is a real honor. We do this the proclamation ceremony for Red Cross Month every March, but we don't typically get an honor as a result of it too. So we really appreciate that. So these are some of the volunteers that we have. These are the three best, of course, that we have in Los Gatos. We have 30 volunteers, active volunteers in Los Gatos, and these people do amazing things. So 90% of the workforce of Red Cross is volunteers. So people that are going to the home fires that we have two to three a week in Silicon Valley and Santa Clara County, people that go to the disasters, people that are going to not only local, well, the wildfires, but also the disasters around the country and around the world. These are the people that go. And they've responded to over 170 disasters in Santa Clara County alone. We also offer a program called Sound the Alarm, which is a program that where we install free smoke alarms in vulnerable populations. And these folks, oh, and look at the beautiful merchandise that we have. These are the people that actually install the alarms and teach about education in the homes in the community. Thanks to many of you. I hope many of you are blood donors. We collect 40% of the nation's blood, which is we're the largest in the country. And we have youth programs. I think we recruited somebody tonight, so he left, but we'll get after him. We have youth clubs in our local high schools and our local middle schools as well. But it's these people, day in and day out, the volunteers that we have in Silicon Valley and around our region and around the country that do the work. And we thank our donors. 90% of every dollar goes to support humanitarian services. We thank our blood donors, and we certainly thank our volunteers. And thank you to the council and to city manager and the staff and Arn and everybody who has been so supportive of us over the years. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your fine work. I just want to recognize who you are, so if you could just tell us.
I'm Sherry Oliver.
Denise Ramon Herrera, participating in Sound the Alarm for, I think, for about 14 of them in the last couple of years, which I think that's so important, a crucial thing for the Red Cross.
And my name is Brad Gordon. I live just a couple blocks away on Loma Alta Ave. And I just wanted to mention, I've been involved with the Red Cross for 4 years. And in those 4 years, I've supported many disasters, worked in many dozens of shelters around the country. Unfortunately, too many of them have been right here in our neighborhood. As a matter of fact, my first experience was working in a shelter when we had the Loma fire. And we opened a shelter at the Jewish Community Center here in town, and one down in Morgan Hill. That's what got my blood dedicated to the Red Cross. When I realized of all the volunteer work I've ever done in my life, nothing has ever been personally more meaningful to me than working in a Red Cross shelter, helping evacuees, people who have lost their homes, don't know if they've lost their homes, don't know if they've lost friends or loved ones, the fear of the unknown, or the known that their home is gone, whether it's burned to the ground or under several feet of water. But we had the Loma fire, we had the warehouse fire in Oakland, we had the floods in San Jose. Just 1 week after the 81,000 people were evacuated in the area around the Oroville Dam because they were afraid the dam was going to breach. And then we had another fire in the Santa Cruz Mountains about a year ago that we opened a shelter for a few days. And most unfortunately, the Gilroy Garlic Festival disaster, where we did open one shelter specifically for the vendors who had run for their lives and left all their belongings behind and couldn't go back to get their belongings or their vehicles for several days. So that, I think I've just listed 4 disasters that are within an hour of here. So whether it's local disasters, regional or national disasters, the Red Cross is here to work those shelters, to help protect the people. And I'll tell you, as I said before, of all the things I've done in my life, nothing has been more meaningful to me than working in a shelter for the American Red Cross. I give a lot, but I feel I get more back in return than what I give. And why am I saying all of this? To say, if you are wondering what you should do with some of your spare time, volunteer with the Red Cross. Go to redcross.org and click on volunteer. You can become a part of our Silicon Valley chapter. We'd love to have you and join our approximately 400 volunteers who support the nation, local volunteers who support the nation in the time of extreme need. Thank you so much.
Thank you, all of you, and thank you for the good work that you do. Thank you for listing all those horrible things, but hopefully having you here, we'll get through that and we'll be prepared. So thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first things first, it's 10 after 7. If you haven't voted, please leave this chamber immediately and go vote. Secondly, I'm just going to warn you in advance. I have 10 cards for verbal communication. That is something that is not on tonight's agenda. We also have a very full agenda tonight of 11 regular items. According to the council rules, if we cannot get through the verbal communications in 30 minutes, and if I give each of you 3 minutes and you take all your 3 minutes, that's 30 minutes right on the dot. I can move verbal communications to the end of the agenda. I'm going to have to see how it goes, quite frankly, but I want to let you guys know that that could be coming. And there's another one that's 33 minutes, and here comes 36 minutes. Okay, so right now I've got, what, 12? Okay, 13? So right now I have 12 cards for verbal communication. I'm going to exercise my discretion to be able to move through our regular agenda and put those at the end. So if you're here for verbal communication, that means we will hear you at the end of tonight's meeting, because there are people on regularly scheduled items that we would like to hear and get through. I apologize, but that's part of the thing that we can do to make sure that our meetings move efficiently. Hopefully the rest of the items will go efficiently so that you won't have to stay here all night to get your comment in. That said, the way we will run the normal agenda is each speaker will get a staff report, we'll get questions from the council with respect to a particular item, we'll call on any speakers in the audience that want to talk about that item. We then give time for the council to ask for the questions if they have them, and then we move to a motion or resolution of that particular item. If you hear someone make a comment on a particular item you're interested in that you think is brilliant or otherwise includes what you might want to say, consider whether or not you need to stand up and repeat it. On the other hand, if the way you say that is more brilliant than the next guy, by all means, please stand up. So that said, we're going to move to our consent calendar. The consent calendar consists of items where the staff and the council has determined that basically these are things that are non-controversial and can be approved in a single motion. And so we would normally consider them that way. However, if there's anyone in the audience or on the council that wants to pull any item from the consent calendar, it'll be heard in its normal course. Is there anyone that wants to pull an item? Okay, seeing no one, I'll look for a motion on the consent calendar.
I move we approve items 1 through 5 under consent.
And so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. And I took that out of order. Sorry, council. We also have a portion of our agenda that is devoted to announcements by our town manager and council members regarding things that we do between meetings. All of the council members are serving on other committees and commissions, some dealing with regional issues, some dealing with local issues, and some dealing with potential state issues that we want to bring to each other's attention and to the members of the community's attention. Tonight, because there are a lot of items of general interest, I'm going to start with manager matters. Ms. Prevetti.
Thank you. As members entered the chambers tonight, you probably noticed a bottle of hand sanitizer greeting you. This is because we, as the town, are taking precautions to protect our community against the coronavirus. And there's several things that we are doing. So we are posting notifications on our website and as well working with our senior providers and faith communities to make sure that they know the necessary steps to be taking at this phase of the virus. So one of the things that is really important is personal hygiene. So I know it's hard for us to stop shaking hands. I'm having difficulty not doing it myself, but you know, being able to really protect your skin and not touch your face, wash your hands, or use hand sanitizer is really, really important. If you are sick, please stay home. You know, we definitely want to provide service to our customers. There's other ways for the town to provide you service, so please phone us, you know, drop off your plans. We'll make other arrangements so that way we can help you. And then in addition, we just really want to make sure that if people do need care, that they go see their healthcare provider. The town is really emphasizing that we should look for information at our local public health department. And for us, that is the Santa Clara County Public Health Department. Their website is at the bottom of the slide, www.sccgov.org, and then search for public health. So it's really important that we get local information and continue to make these important measures. The second handout is just a separate reminder of some of those personal hygiene things that we can do. Cover your cough and your sneezes, and preferably you would use a tissue that would be disposable, then wash your hands, stay home when you're sick, and then continuously wash your hands. So we do want to slow the spread. Again, this is an evolving situation in Santa Clara County. We do not have very many cases, but we want to make sure it stays that way. And then my second announcement is just that we are doing recruitments for our boards and commissions. Adult applications are due May 1st, and Youth Commission is due May 8th. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prevetti. I failed to mention, if you have advice, would you please silence it? It's distracting as we try to listen to everyone and give them the respect that we should. Now, council matters. For those council members who have participated in a particular board, commission, or meeting that is and has something to report of interest to the council and community, now is the time. Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. I have one thing to report. Through my appointment by the 5 West Valley mayors to the VTA Board, Valley Transit Authority, I met with the staff liaison for the Congestion Management Committee, of which I am the chair, to plan our work for the year ahead. We discussed many ideas on how to improve the committee, which has, as long as I've been involved, pretty much just reviews staff reports and that are on their way to the board. Instead, we would do more original work on congestion management, and our committee has also been assigned to work on the details of a climate action plan. The staff liaison for this new is new to VTA in the last 6 months and has lots of new ideas, so I'm looking forward and excited to work with her.
Any other reports? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yesterday, following up on the manager's presentation, yesterday I had the opportunity to participate in a conference call regarding the virus, and it was initiated by the County of Santa Clara. However, it also involved individuals on the state and federal level. Not only do I urge you to go to the website that Ms. Prevetti refers you to, because it has constant updates on what is happening locally and in other areas and gives further information and direction to you. I attended also the West Valley Mayor-Manager meeting, and the presentation was from the county fire chief, and I will also point out to all of us, because we're very proud of it, the Los Gatos wildfire ordinance, in my opinion, appears to be more detailed and more promptly enacted than any of other of our West Valley cities. I did a ribbon cutting at Office Evolution. It is on Los Gatos Boulevard, and it provides office options for those of you who do not fit into the traditional office complex. And lastly, I met with the staff of the sanitation district to discuss pending litigation, and thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports? Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move to the first item on our agenda, which is number 6. It's an appeal of a planning commission decision approving a request, actually a unanimous approval of a request for construction of a new single-family residence and removal of large protected trees on a vacant property on Santella Court. Before I call for the staff report, just remind the participants in this appeal that the council recently has changed time limits on the appeal, so if you're not familiar with them, the appellant has 5 minutes, the applicant or the appellee has 5 minutes, and then rebuttal, if any, is 3 minutes per person, and that is divided as up to your team, not 5 minutes for each person on your team. So it's 5 minutes for the appellant, 5 minutes for the applicant, 3 and 3. That said, Ms. Walters.
Good evening, council members. Before you tonight is an appeal of the Planning Commission decision approving the request of construction of a new single-family residence and removal of large protected trees on a vacant property in the Highlands Plan Development at 15365 Santella Court. On January 8th, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the architecture and site application for the project as it was consistent with the zoning general plan, applicable hillside development standards and guidelines, the hillside specific plan, and the Highlands PD ordinance. The proposed project does not require any exceptions. The decision was appealed to Town Council on January 17th. The appellant has included 3 points in their appeal as discussed and detailed in your staff report. The staff recommends that council uphold the decision of the Planning Commission denying the appeal and approving the application with required findings and considerations in attachment 9. There is a desk item for this evening that was distributed responding to council questions. This concludes staff report, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Walters? I actually have a question before we get started. I think Mr. Schultz, I know it's in our staff report, but if you just give the council a summary of our newly enacted standards for appeal consideration.
Sure. You meaning the time frames that they each have?
Meaning the burden of proof, et cetera, how we evaluate this appeal under our new ordinance.
Yes. So I'll do both, in fact. So the time limits for each is the appellant gets 5 minutes, and the applicant will have 5 minutes, and the public will have 3 minutes. Then the applicant gets 3 minutes, and the appellant gets 3 minutes. That was recently changed. And the other item was changed is the appeal process and the burden of proof. The burden of proof is on the appellant to show by substantial evidence that there has been abuse. The council no longer needs to make those findings that it did before on whether there was an abuse by the Planning Commission. It's up to the appellant to carry that burden, and council doesn't have to make those findings.
Thank you. I do not see Dr. Wiseman, who is the appellant. Oh, you're behind someone. I don't have a card from you, Dr. Wiseman. So if you could fill one out later, I'd appreciate it. You are the appellant. You have 5 minutes.
You can put the first one up on there.
While they're getting ready, I'll tell everyone who's here and watching that what you have before you is a 3D model of the property and the house proposed, along with materials to be used in the house up at the table.
My appeal is based on 2 pretty simple issues. Was the visibility analysis for this proposed house done correctly? And who gets to set town policy? As per the hillside guidelines, if the elevation of a proposed hillside house is greater than 24.5% visible from a viewing area, then such a house is visible and limited to 18 feet in height. Now, elevation is not defined anywhere in the town codes because its meaning has been understood and unchanged for decades. Elevation is simply a way to convey a 3-dimensional vertical surface of a building onto a 2-dimensional vertical plane. Elevation has everything to do with the vertical elements of a house and nothing to do with site elements. Steps and retaining walls and barbecue pits and fences can be adjacent to the house but are not part of the elevation, just as such site elements are also not part of the building's square footage, as per your desk item. In photo 1, an actual example of a visibility analysis for the applicant's Highlands property, adjacent property, was given to the applicant by staff. The pink rectangular area in this figure is the elevation of that proposed house. Note how the elevation is shown as a simple 2-dimensional vertical plane. Next one. A visibility analysis was subsequently done on this proposed house, and this photo was presented to the Planning Commission at the January 8th meeting. The elevation was reported as 3825 square feet with 917 square feet visible from the viewing platform. Now, 917 divided by 3825 equals 24% visible, thus allowing a house taller than 18 feet. Since the applicant had provided a model of the commission to look at, I was confused as to what part of the house was represented by this elevation extension to the east. After the commission meeting and in response to my question of staff, the applicant provided this label photo showing that 890 square feet of the elevation, not just the smaller projection that I was confused about, was not the actual house, but below floor site elements, including decks, stairs, a barbecue pit, retaining walls, hot tub, swimming pool, etc. The gray area is the house. The black area is not the house. The applicant, against all conventional definitions of elevation, had included elements that were not part of the house's vertical walls. Certainly, these site elements weren't labeled in the photo that was supplied to the Planning Commission. So why wasn't this information presented to the Commission? Because if we recalculate the elevation using the applicant's own numbers, then the actual elevation of the proposed house is 2,935 square feet, not 3,825. Divide 917 by 2,938, and the correct elevation of this house is 31.2% visible, not 24% as the applicant had claimed. This exceeds the visibility threshold by a full 27%. None of this information was discussed in the applicant's letter of justification to the Planning Commission, but with the cat now out of the bag, in the applicant's February 4th letter of justification to this council, not only does he discuss why he included these site elements, but he says that counting such site elements should be town policy going forward. I note that in your staff report, staff is tentatively scheduled to bring the matter of what to include in elevation before the policy committee later this month. But in the absence of such written guidelines, the town's default position should be to go with that definition that is found in every textbook and Google citation that I could find. And that definition does not include site elements. I request that you grant my appeal and remand this application back to the Planning Commission to consider this new elevation, this new information regarding elevation.
Questions for Dr. Weissman? Thank you. Okay, Hari, I'm not even going to try. You can tell us what your last name is when you get up here. Sripadana?
If you could start the presentation. The town council.
I have 2 cards that I'm assuming are on the applicant side. You have 5 minutes altogether, so if your team, come on up together.
Yes.
David Fox.
And will you move forward, or I will? You can move forward. Okay.
And sir, if you're looking at the slide, it's best to grab the mic so that when you turn to look at it, we can still hear you.
Will do. Okay, thank you. Council members, staff, city manager, it's an honor to present this design to you tonight. My name is Hari Sripadana, the architect for this project. And thank you, David, for your unwavering support. So I will address his concerns down the line, but I would like to move forward with the design aspects as well as the visibility analysis.
And you can take that mic, as I said, just take it out. And when you turn, you can still talk. Thanks.
All right. So this is the topography of the home. And I just will wait to the moment it moves. those are the two site locations that you could possibly see the project. But Cylinder Way happens to be the one that we see a portion of the home, and this whole discussion tonight is going to be about that. Sorry.
That's his lovely assistant, Vanna White.
This is the topography of the site. This is the topography of the entire neighborhood. We place the location of the camera and all the right altitude and angle to find out what would you see. And based on that topography and the locations, we designed the home to fit exactly into the site. There's a little bit of a lag, so I'm just waiting for it to come through. And as you can see, all the site constraints, we had to deal with quite a few to make sure that the site fit exactly. We spent about almost a year to study the site and understand and fit into the exact all the constraints that we had for that. And what you will see is the result of that topography, where the site follows the topography and gradually raises from one single story to the higher level towards the back. And the location of the home is decided by the driveway and the fire truck turnaround space in the front of the home. And the result is what you see. The home fit in exactly. It's a sustainable home. It treads gently on the environment. It treads gently on the site topography and cut and fill requirements, and the existing mature vegetation as well. And studying the trees that are mature trees that are on the site, we paid utmost respect to make sure that we did the minimum impact that's possible on the site. As you can see, the fire truck turnaround space and the driveway took majority of the trees. The home really impacts only 5 trees for its footprint. And as you can see in this slide, the home will not be seen from any close distance closer than a mile because of the terrain that's here. Sorry, let's go back. Of the terrain that's over here that blocks the view of the home. So anywhere when we come closer, that would require a 300 mm camera view would be a moot point in discussion, but nobody would be able to see this home from a close quarters. So this is what you see from Cylinder Way, and that little dot is all that you would see of the site. That's a cluster of trees. So it will be very hard to see this home, and all the discussion we'll be having tonight is about only in abstract, because in reality, that possibility doesn't exist. So this is the analysis we did, and we followed exactly the same rules that lot number 10 was given by the town, and the visibility area we calculated is 24%, which is the visible home. And the only tiny area that sticks past 18 feet is the thermal chimney of the home, but is very integral to the home's sustainable design. And what you see is the photo simulation of the home. As you can observe, compared to the other homes, this would be very much in recede because of the low LRV materials and the values. With that, I will pass this on to David to conclude with the design.
You have 30 seconds, so hopefully somebody will have a question for you.
I just want to read one thing, if I may. It is a comment F. You're talking about retaining walls and whether the town considers their visibility. F says, this was a comment I got back in another project, is to provide the LRV of all exterior materials, including retaining walls, unless you prove that the home is not visible per the town's hillside guidelines. So obviously the staff considers retaining walls part of the visible mass of the house, or they wouldn't care about the LRV and the materials.
Okay. Questions for the architect or Mr. Fox? Ms. Spector?
For the architect? If you could please confirm for me the numbers that you used to get your 24%. You had a 24% on one of those. That's okay. I don't need to see that. Mm-hmm. But how did you determine the 24%?
What Dr. Weissman has shown in his calculations is correct, which is we calculated the entire visibility of the home, of what site elements that are, including the site elements that would be seen. And without them, any other project, if those site elements should be considered, would not include that.
But
And
can
it
you
should
give
be.
me the numbers? Like
The
you
numbers is 917 square feet is what you would see. And the total square footage of the home is 3,825 that you would see from there for the elevation.
And is the 3,825 in your visibility analysis, or is that entire square footage below the, well, is it above the finished floor or below the finished floor?
It includes all the elements of the built form that you would see from that site, because it doesn't matter whether the finished floor is here or here. If you are able to see all these areas, we included them in the calculation.
And so it does include elements, square footage that is below the finished floor.
That's correct. This area that goes below the finished floor level of the existing home is included in the visibility analysis.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. So my understanding of our rules are, if you were more than 24.5% visible, you would not be allowed to build a home taller than 18 feet. What part of this home is more than 18 feet?
It's just this portion of it.
And you called that the thermal chimney? What does a thermal chimney do?
Thermal chimney does, it pulls the cool air from the lower levels as the air warms up, and then lets it out from the clear story windows up at the top. So that automatically creates a natural ventilation for the home just by the configuration of the home.
So that's an energy saving feature.
Yes, and a healthy feature, because you're always drawing fresh air to the home naturally without any artificial means.
So if we decided this was more than 24% and you were required to remove that, how much area is that that's being removed?
It's only like about 13% of the roof, of the overall roof form.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Sayak?
So you mentioned in your statement that the calculation that you used was not any different than that was by Lot 10. And so if you could just clarify to me, one, was your calculation peer reviewed by our staff? And did Lot 10 also include the site elements? Or was it strictly what was above grade?
Lot 10 included all the site elements that are seen from the home, and we have slides that I can show you. And your planning staff has reviewed our drawings and verified that we did the exact same type of methodology they used for lot number 10.
Other questions? All right, thank you very much, sir. Dr. Weissman, you have 3 minutes to rebut. You don't, what? Oh, public. I don't have any cards from anyone except for Dr. Weissman and these two gentlemen that have just spoken. Does anyone else want to talk to us about this project? Okay, Dr. Weissman, you have 3 minutes. You don't have to use it, but you can.
Okay, Mr. Fox cited a previous application where a retaining wall was included in the elevation, but he didn't cite any applications which included a barbecue pit, a swimming pool, a spa, and other factors. Ms. Sayak was asked a question about Lot 10 and any site elements. As you can see from the area shown in pink, this house is what they used for their site for their elevation is just a block of the vertical elements. There are, as far as I can tell, no side elements included in this calculation. I'd like to speculate how such a precedent could be used in the future going forward. If you were to let the applicant come in and set the definition as to what an elevation is. First off, side elements are generally not visible anyway because they have little vertical relief and are or could be shielded by trees. But a future project, especially one where a slope exists adjacent to the vertical walls of a house, could propose to extend concrete out from the vertical walls and then showed plans to build a fountain, air conditioning unit, outdoor tool shed, fences, retaining walls, etc., all on the extended and downsloping concrete slab, all elements which would add to the total elevation of the house under such a new definition which the applicant is proposing. Since the square footage visible is not affected by these side elements, the percentage of the house that is visible decreases. As our former presidential candidate, Mr. Yang, said, it's just the math. Thus, by increasing the total elevation, you allow a taller house. This house has good ecological features to it. I applaud that. The applicant mentioned how they have been planning this, working on this for a year. I can tell you that about 7, 8, 9 months ago, story poles were placed on this lot. They were up for a couple weeks and then they were taken down. I had no idea why that was done. Staff was not aware of it, but clearly those poles were put up to gauge exactly what kinds of numbers they needed to generate to
Thank you, Dr.
justify their
Weissman.
22 feet.
Let's see if you have a question. Councilman Rennie.
Couple questions. Thank you, Mayor. So, Dr. Weissman, I'm trying to understand what you're trying to achieve here. Do you want him to remove his thermal chimney, or is this something about wanting guidelines changed?
This is the process. We worked on revising the visibility standards for months. In fact, actually for years. A couple of the projects on the Highlands were held up while the visibility analysis methodology was revised. We've got it now, and right away we've got someone that's coming in and saying, nah, I'm going to change the definitions. This is the way I want it to be defined, not just for me, but for going forward, so that I can build this house this way.
So if I could keep following along this line of questioning, if we said, okay, it's 35% visible or whatever the number, I can't remember exactly what you came up.
31%.
31%. But at the same time we said, but we'll give him an exception for his thermal chimney because it's a good energy saving feature. Would that be okay with you?
At least that's going through a transparent process and being honest. The 890 square feet of side elements was not presented to the Planning Commission. When I asked staff about it afterwards, and it's also in the transcript, staff they just didn't know about this, that there were 890 square feet that were involved. It's one thing if the applicant comes in and asks for an exception, but to try to get it through this way without asking for that exception, and then asking that this become precedent for future town A&S applications is, to me, not keeping with the process.
Another question, if I could. So I recall a picture of I think the front elements you're talking about are a bunch of stairs kind of in front of it, lower down. That's what you're thinking we're not supposed to count?
There's stairs, there's a barbecue pit, there's a spa, there's a little swimming pool, and other elements.
But aren't these elements that I think the applicant gave an example, actually, of where staff had required other exterior materials on retaining walls and things like that have a low LRV. So he's arguing that these could be visible items, and if we made them bright, they would be against what we're trying to achieve in the hills. So why would we not count this as part of the vertical frontage if they're potentially something that could be a visible issue?
In this project, none of those items would be visible, and the code, the methodology, the visibility methodology says elevation. And elevation, everywhere I looked on Google, in textbooks, elevation is defined as vertical elements of the main building.
Okay,
So
thank you.
they could be
Ms. Spector?
Thank you. Cut you off in your sentence. That's okay. I'll ask you a couple questions. As I understand what you're saying, and so bear with me while I try and paraphrase your appeal, and correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that in order to have the what's it called, the in order to have the thermal chimney not be a visible element under our ordinance, the square footage of the home has to be increased. And the way it was increased in this instance is by including elements that were below the finished floor. So far, is that what you're saying?
so far so good.
Okay. And that if you eliminate those elements below the finished floor, the square footage of the building is reduced, and therefore the percentage of the, what am I doing again?
Elevation.
The thermal chimney, the thermal chimney will be too high under our ordinance.
Yes.
Okay. So did you present, or did anybody present these facts to the Planning Commission?
At the Planning Commission meeting, next slide, please. I mentioned the area which is to the little jutting part over to the left, which turns out to be about 319 square feet, according to the applicant. I did not understand the total significance of it, and staff did, in all fairness, Ms. Walters was sick, and Ms. Zarnowitz.
I'm going to hop in here. Did you raise the issue?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and in what form?
I asked about the fact that there was a jutting part over to the left, which is shown in this figure, and just including that little section and not the total 890 square feet, that little section by itself would put it over 24.5%.
And that was presented to the Planning Commission?
No, not in its entirety, because I didn't know what the square footage was. I didn't get those numbers until after the Planning Commission meeting, when Ms. Walters went back to the applicant and asked for those numbers.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Wiseman, I'm going to read you your comments as recorded in the transcript from the Planning Commission meeting. Page 12 and 13. The first thing you comment on is the outdoor fireplace. The second thing you comment on, you say, quote, per the transcript, in the visibility analysis from Celinda Way, the proposed house has a surface area with 24% visibility. That's pretty close to the threshold of 24.5%. How close, you might ask? Well, just an extra 20 square feet close. But even so, I was surprised to see that in their analysis, the architect included as part of the total surface area the ground level deck on the east side of the house that's significantly just out beyond the house's outline. I guess in this analysis, with so little room for error, any way to increase the total surface area would be important. You say that this deck extension should not be counted as part of the total surface area in such a calculation. And then you refer to flagpoles, et cetera. I don't see anywhere else that you commented on it, and I did not see any questions asked by members of the Planning Commission with respect to it. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that's the only place I commented.
Thank you. Other questions for Dr. Wiseman? Ms. Sayak?
So Dr. Wiseman, as our town attorney had stated, to consider this appeal, you basically have to say that the Planning Commission abused their discretion or made an error. And so if you could just restate again as you're closing your arguments, what was their error or abuse?
I think that's not quite entirely correct. If I may pull out my appeal notices. By the way, the reason there were two appeal notices is because the first one I was given by staff was incorrect. On the second appeal notice, the correct one, it says, item number 5, if the basis for granting the appeal in whole or in part is information not presented or considered by the Planning Commission, the matter shall be returned to the Planning Commission for review. My point is that I pointed out that there was this square footage that sticks out to the left in this photograph. I did not know how much it was, the square footage. I had no idea, and I don't think anyone on the Planning Commission had any idea that, in fact, the below-site elements were a total of 890 square feet, and that's simply because the applicant did not present the next picture, which shows the below-site elements. This was not transparency on the applicant's part for the very obvious reason that if he did that and the numbers are recalculated, the visibility goes up to 31.2%. It's not my position to do staff's work. I came up with this right before the meeting. There was no time to get it clarified. I had some other points, which in fact I have not touched upon tonight, because this is to me the important point. This is about the process. I don't know the applicant. I don't know the owners. This is nothing personal. This is about the process. We have these laws and these codes in our town, and are we going to follow them, and are we going to let applicants come in here and tell us, I want to change the rules, and in fact, I want to make this the rule for everyone going forward. And that seems to me to be the wrong way to do things.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Wiseman. Applicant team, you have 3 minutes.
If you could start the slide back and if you could move that, yeah, open the slide back, yeah. Very good. And if you could pull all the way down to the 17 slides. So right, yeah, slide. If you could go to the 17.
Can you do it with your model?
Yes, but I do want to show you something that clarifies some of the issues. Just escape and go to the 17.
Maybe you can talk to us about another issue while Mr. Andrews is finding the slide you want.
He's there. There you go. So you can start. So So
Technology.
as I mentioned, Dr. Wiseman left at this note that this is a new precedent, it's not been calculated, and this was not we're changing the rules, but he's wrong. If you allow me, I will illustrate that this element here is exactly like our elements that's below the finished grade. And that's the angle of the view, and this is the rear elevation of the home. All these elements don't have anything behind, and they are below grade. And if you calculate these areas that are calculated in the visibility analysis, the part of the building that would be seen is 34% if you deduct them. So what Dr. Weissman is referring to is this elevation here. And you can see that elevations behind the glass, the staircase, and all of these elements. And these elements are site elements. They don't have any building that's behind them, as you can see in this section very clearly. So this is not a new rule. I think you would agree with me that if this is not to be counted in a visible area in some building that is going to be of bright LRV materials, just like this, a pool here, planters, steps, and railings, all of that, then that would be not an accurate calculation of any visible home. And I would give a couple of different scenarios. This could be a home with a lower level all the way down and then below that. In this case, would you not calculate that? Or if this home is only one single story and then this was below it, would you not calculate that either? Both of these situations, I would say, you would calculate them because it's an enormous surface here that's quite significant, 1 floor high. So this is the thermal chimney that we were talking about, and it's a very integral part of the home. And this allows the air to be pulled through and warm air to exit out, and it's very integral to the part of the home. And every part of the home is below 17 feet. I would let David talk about the rest of the design.
I just wanted to mention, Dr. Weissman mentioned that that site elements are most often not significant vertical elements. In the town of Los Gatos, we allow walls to be 5 feet high. They can be up to 50 feet long before they have to make a turn. So they are significant vertical elements. On this particular site, he also mentioned that those elements can be screened by planting. We're adding over 50 trees to this site, and most of them are in the northeast and northwestern view corridors from which you are looking at the building. So eventually, all of those elevations will be fully screened.
Okay, questions for the applicant team? Ms. Spector?
Thank you. Mr. Andrews, I don't know how to identify it other than to go back to the slide that was numbered 3 that was used in Dr. Wiseman's presentation. It had the building in a lighter gray and then a darker black at the bottom, and then it had the number 3 on the left. Thank you. Oop. All right, then a question for the applicant. The portion of that rendering that says total surface area of the site elements below finished floor area equals 890 square feet. What comprises that area?
So if you allow me to go back to my slide presentations, I can see slide number 19, if you could just go to that. Just go down straight to the 17th, yeah. Or 16 is good, yeah.
And remember which one I asked you about.
Okay. Oop. All of these elements are what Dr. Weissman is calling the site elements, are consisting of this area that you saw as the gray element. in the calculations.
And are those elements below the finished floor?
It depends on what you would call the finished floor, but that's the lowest finished floor level, yeah. That's below that.
All right, I want to give you the opportunity. If I'm looking at below the finished floor and comparing it to the elements above the finished floor, and that's how I make my calculations as to 24%, 32%, 24.5%, isn't your percentage going to be increasing when you don't include that, increasing when you don't include what you characterize as below the finished floor?
That's correct. It does increase.
But isn't that what we're supposed to be doing, or no?
It's a byproduct of what this town code prescribes to. It was trying to limit the area of the home in proportion to the home's overall area. But if the overall area is much bigger that is not seen, then the proportion of the building that would be seen would be smaller, and vice versa. However, in this scenario, you can see that this is a full story height site element. And if you did not include that in the visibility part, if it is being seen, that would not be justice for calculating what would be visible for this home as well. So it's harder to define what would be a visible element. If it is a dominant element, you want to show it. And in this case, it is quite significantly more dramatic, and they did include that. And if you calculate this area, this is 750 square feet of home. And if you deduct that 750 square feet of home from the rest of this area calculations, it'll be 34% of what would be seen. And this is clearly the methodology the Planning Commission and planning staff followed, and they understood this. And as David mentioned as well, they have asked questions for another project of his about how high is the retaining wall, what is the LRV value of it, and how much will you see it? Will it be included in the visibility analysis or not? And I think that is the right question your staffs are asking, because if you don't include these elements, which is not a precedent we started, but that was always been the method, the way they calculated. And this was given for us as an example, and we followed that exactly the way we asked us to do. We don't want us to become punished for this project because Dr. Weissman caught this. This is the policy, and I think it makes logical sense that because if these elements are not included as a large visible area, and some other project got away with it because now they don't want to include that in their visibility, that would not be the right justification for the visibility analysis. If we wanted to, we could have increased the site elements or the side of the wall or these fin walls, make the building larger, more horizontal on the parts that the building would not be seen. We simply showed what would be the visible element. And his definition of an elevation is quite convenient, because if you have a balcony or a patio or anything that projects past the building, according to his definition, he's saying that should not be included in the elevations, which would be also incorrect. An elevation is all the building vertical elements projected on the vertical plane of your vision. And that's what you see is the elevation. And this is a fundamental thing we learned in the first year of architecture. And he started questioning it, obviously, because he's grasping for reasons to deny this project.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to close the public portion of the hearing and look to the council for questions of staff. I'm actually going to start. Ms. Walters, the visibility analysis that was done for the Planning Commission, did staff believe that was done correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. I did not see any questions about the visibility analysis, except basically what I've just asked of you from the Planning Commission regarding visibility analysis. Is that your recollection as well from the transcript?
That is correct.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Rennie?
Could planning staff comment on this idea of if the elements are below the lowest floor, I think we've said, or I can't remember the exact term, is that in the rules on how you calculate?
There is no definition for elevation in the town code or in the hillside design guidelines and standards. So in the methodology portion of the hillside design guidelines and standards, it says elevation. It does not say building elevation. So staff has been utilizing anything that is visible from that visibility viewing area, which includes all vertical elements. And so that's what you're describing as below the finished floor of the building.
That's a great answer. Thank you.
Ms. Sayak.
Okay. And just wanted to follow up on that. That definition, was that something that was utilized before we changed the visibility analysis? There seems to be a lot of reference to Lot 10. And so was Lot 10, was it constructed and designed before we changed visibility analysis?
No, it was the last visibility analysis that we had utilized, and so we passed that on to the applicant as an example of a recently approved project that completed a visibility analysis.
Okay, so if I just want to make sure I understand. So town staff passed that on?
That is correct.
Okay, and then my next question, I know in other areas we when we talk about height limitations, we don't include chimneys and other things like that. Do we have any definitions in hillside design guidelines about whether a chimney is part of that elevation of that 18-foot max?
The hillside design guidelines does not include that, but in the town code, there is a height exception area that talks about many different pieces that are exempt from the hillside or the height of a building. However, in this case, this would count towards the height per the town code.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Spector?
Not a question, a comment.
Let me ask a question before you get to the comment. My question, Ms. Walters, is in other places in the town code with land use and in doing architecture and site, in particular with respect to the hillsides, we are concerned with exemptions, for example, from floor area. So if you build below grade a cellar or a basement, we finally started calling it below grade because nobody knows the difference between a basement and a cellar, including me. We're looking to encourage people to essentially hide square footage. However, on a hillside, we're concerned about that because the house steps down and now we see all of that. So that's a different analysis than a visibility where we're actually wanting to count everything we can in order to tell if we can see it or not, right? So when you were answering the question earlier, staff is actually erring on the side of caution to include everything that we could possibly see in that calculation. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I understand it from a response that we received from staff, when staff does this analysis that was entailed in this application, they are using both the hillside design standards and guidelines, and they're using the ordinance, and ordinance 2910-090. And we have that as a desk item. Based upon that and the information that we got from the appellant and also from the applicant, and also it was number 3, slide number 3. In order for the applicant to have sufficient square feet, in order not to have the number of the visibility exceed 24.5%, there are elements of the design that are below the finished floor that have to be included. I think that is inconsistent with the hillside standards and guidelines and the ordinance. Having said that, in this case, I would personally find that it is inconsistent with those guidelines and ordinance, but because of the type of design it is and the quality of the design and the fact that we're looking at a thermal chimney, say, remember this time, I would allow this application to go forward, and however we structure it, give an exception for the thermal chimney.
Okay, so that's a comment, as I understand it, not a motion, correct? So I'm going to add a comment before we theoretically get to a motion. I'm looking at our recently adopted standards for appeal. And we had quite a spirited debate about what that should look like and how we should consider things and whether or not this council could consider various new items of information. The standard is that the appellant, here, Dr. Weissman, bears the burden to prove that there was an error or abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission. I have heard nothing in tonight's discussion that indicates the Planning Commission did anything wrong. Zero. The Planning Commission was presented with the information. The Planning Commission asked no questions. The Planning Commission was not confused. The Planning Commission went ahead and approved this based on the visibility analysis that we have in place, that staff told the applicant to follow. If we were to accept Dr. Weissman's theory, we must assume that there is bad faith on the part of the applicant, and I'm not sure I'm prepared to assume that. I'm prepared to assume that there was an analysis done that was approved and vetted by staff, and it came before us, and the Planning Commission considered it, and also considered in their discussion in the transcript what Ms. Spector has talked about with this design. And usually with visibility, what we're doing is we have something on the hillside where someone is building a 3-story Italianate white marble mansion that's stepping down 4 stories, and we all look at it, as opposed to a green roof that is low profile and surrounded by trees. So I have to believe that this appeal is really a means of arguing to the council to change a policy. And that would not be a basis, in my mind, to grant an appeal. It would be a basis to decide whether this council wants to consider changing the policy or not, but not a basis to grant the appeal. So that's kind of my speech and comment. Other comments or questions or motions? Mr. Schultz.
I would also point out one other item that hasn't been discussed at all is the fact that you also changed your appeal process as who is an interested party. An interested party that can appeal has to live within 1,000 feet of the property, which Dr. Weissman does, but he also has to show that his property would be injured. Dr. Weissman's testimony tonight has all been about the fact that policies weren't filed. I at least did not hear anywhere where he said his property would be injured. So in my review of the facts that's been submitted, there has not been that burden of proof that he's an interested party either.
Thank you for pointing that out. Other questions, comments, or conversion of something to a motion? Mr. Rennie.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So, I also agree this seems to be about a need to potentially update our policy on visibility or potentially the hillside guidelines to clarify this. And I think that's really up to the policy committee to decide whether they wish to do that or not. This house looks like it's extremely well designed, and the planning commissioners even made the comments that Commissioner Janoff said that that it's rare and a pleasant experience to not have any cut and fill exceptions with this house. And Commissioner Birch said that it was sympathetic to the landscape and the hillside slopes, which is what we keep reminding people to do. And I agree with both of those comments. This is an exceptionally well-designed house with the only element that would be over 18 feet if visibility analysis was not done, did not pass, is an element that is very good for the house to have to reduce energy usage. So I would go ahead and make a motion that we deny the appeal of the Planning Commission decision approving the architecture and site application S18-052 using attachment 9 and its exhibits in our staff report.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Second.
I'll support the motion. And as for the reason for the support, there's no need to belabor. I think I'm in agreement with all that has already been mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the motion, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I am going to support the motion. However, the reason is that it is unclear to me whether or not this information was presented to the Planning Commission. If it was presented to the Planning Commission, then there's no basis to grant the appeal or to send it back to the Planning Commission. So because it is such a close call on whether the appellant has complied with the new town code section, and because, quite frankly, it is it's an excellent design, and I also appreciate the environmental aspects of it, I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. The appeal is denied. We've got a second motion coming.
I know there was a lot of discussion about the policy itself and how it should be interpreted, so I move that this item be sent to the Policy Committee to determine whether or not there is any discrepancy and whether it should be revised.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I know it was brought up in testimony, maybe even in the staff report, and now it is not actually clear to me what the issue is that we want to send to the Policy Committee that is not already clear in the ordinance or guidelines.
Through the maker of the motion and I guess Ms. Prevetti and others, what I heard was that there is, or Dr. Wiseman is indicating that there should be further definition of what we mean by, quote, elevation, unquote, with respect to the hillside design guidelines. Is that?
That's what we heard.
Okay. And Ms. Sayak, is that what you want to be referred, that question?
Yes, that definition.
Okay, with that, is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Rennie. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. And if you're interested, it'll be on the Policy Committee meeting, but everybody who was on this is gone, so. Which brings us to item 7, a consideration of the future, if any, of the town's school bus pilot program. Ms. Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First, this is the school bus item for your consideration. As a reminder, in addition to the staff report, you have an addendum as well as a desk item, along with 3 attachments, including the public comments. So my presentation will be very brief. The purpose is to share the most important information with both the council as well as the members of the public. So just a quick refresher, kind of bring us aware why we're here. The school busing concept was advocated by the community as well as Safe Route to School. Staff began the work back in 2017, and the council established that the primary goal of this program is reducing traffic congestion near schools. So this effort was not something staff or the council rushed into. Instead, the program design was based on a very comprehensive feasibility study with extensive input from the parents, schools, as well as the community. At the June 2018 meeting, the council authorized the launch of an 18-month pilot program. So I'm going to fast forward to back in September 2019, the council adopted the multi-year performance metrics to guide the evaluation of the school bus pilot program. These metrics provide a simple yet comprehensive structure to evaluate the program. They help evaluate the effectiveness of different aspects of the program, the subscription, ridership, as well as funding. Since that, the 2 quarterly performance reports were produced and shared with the council as well as was posted on our website. So in the staff report as well as the attachment, which are the quarterly reports, we include many charts and tables to show you different numbers. For tonight's presentation, I'm just showing one. This is the ridership chart. Ridership is important because it's the direct indicator of the number of cars reduced as a result of this program. When we look at our ridership data, this pretty much translates into 57.5 passengers on an average day in the current school year, which is started in August. In addition to the ridership data, in this chart is divided by a quarter as well as separate by the 2 routes. I would also like to highlight the trend of our ridership numbers. Basically, the numbers has stayed pretty stable and just show very little change over time in the last 4 quarters. So in the next 2 slides, staff would like to provide a summary of some of the questions raised by the public. The public comments are divided into 2 groups. This slide shows the first group. They focus most on suggestions on how we can change or improve the program design. Here, staff has either tried or considered some of all of the suggestions. And the second column here is showing staff initial responses, including projections of how these changes may affect the program metrics. That is, again, subscription ridership as well as funding. This is the second group of public comments. They tend to address the program goal or the threshold that was adopted by the council. In regards to comments, staff hasn't prepared responses, but instead would like to provide the information here just to help facilitate the council's discussion. So in conclusion, the concept of the school bus program has been very well received by the parents as well as the community, and it does provide a level of convenience for the families who use it. I would like to, again, use this opportunity to thank our partners, Safe Route to School, the school districts, as well as the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission for their support throughout this process. In addition, is the parents, our customers, have shown a great level of support for us. Unfortunately, the program, as it's currently designed, has not achieved the congestion relief goal. Mostly look at the ridership number, which is, again, is a direct indicator of how many cars we're able to remove from the streets. So although it's a very difficult decision, a very difficult recommendation from staff, but we are moving forward with this one in the context of balancing the many transportation and mobility priorities in the town. So for the council's consideration, staff is recommending concluding this bus pilot at the end of school year, which is June 4th of this year. This concludes my presentation, and happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Rennie?
Knew I had a question, huh?
I saw your hand.
Okay.
There was a hint.
Thank you, Mayor. If we could look at the addendum, page 2, that was on our desk and probably sent beforehand also. There's a table showing the enrollment, carpool, family car, so forth for everything. So the total enrollment for all the schools looks like it's 5,155, and I think you said we're getting 57 passengers a day. So I conclude that's about 1% of the enrollment. Am I calculating this correct?
You are correct. We also have the next line. We put the school served by this bus pilot program, which is close to 4,000.
I'm not sure. I'm confused now. So what, you said it was 57 passengers a day, and this is served for the whole year, or Oh, I see what you say. This number of schools that are served, some of the enrollment is not served. Okay, I understand. So it's not 1%, it's about 1.5% then.
Very good math.
Okay, so then if you've put the carpool percent and the family car percent, that's 13 and 42, that makes 55, and then we got another 1.5, so it's 56%. Where is the other 44%? How are the other 44% getting to school?
The percentages from the survey that Safe Route School is doing every year, and the rest of them are considered so-called active transportation users, so that bike and ped and scooter. I think that's about it, and few of them do take some high schools. Before we started the program, they were using the VTA's bus, so a very small percentage.
So I conclude almost 50% of the people are already not driving to school.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In your presentation, you referenced congestion relief. Was that a statement that was referring to Measure B or something else?
This is what the council's direction, and then we, from day one, this is something front and center. We want to ask the council to confirm that this is the goal. When we start any service, there can be many benefits or goals we can try to achieve, but for this one, it's very clear to staff, and we did have communicated with the community. This is our primary goal.
Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Sayak?
And I know when discussing this and looking at the fiscal cost to the town for this, one of the requests was to see if there was any partnership money from school districts, from neighboring cities, Montecito and San Jose, or the county. And if you could just affirm that that was sought after?
Yes, we have many conversations, but we haven't had any people who move forward to contribute to the in a financial way.
Okay, and if I may, a second question. So I understand that our initial goal was congestion relief, but one of the things driving us to look at this now is the financial cost. And so I'm looking at what you have in your desk item, the cost per year, and then the cost per ride of $18.86. I know one of the questions asked in the survey was if the subscription cost increased. Basically, if it increased to a point where it was funding itself, were you getting any affirmative responses, or was it a general question where there were no costs associated with it?
I'm sorry, can you
So I
repeat
guess the
last
question
part?
is, in the survey, what was the specific question? Was it simply, would you continue to ride it if the fare increased? And did it include a number, or was it just, if the fare increased, would you continue to ride it?
Sorry. Yes, we did ask the question in 2 occasions, and the first time we just test, before we launch, we test the price sensitivities, and the line chart was very steep. Once we increase the price from, say, $350 to $500, it does a steep drop, and that was many items ago, but that shows that our potential customers are very sensitive to the price increase. We did do another survey with the existing customers after we run it for, I believe, about 5 months, and that shows some opening to a small price increase in the more 10% range.
So if you can remind me, what do we charge currently?
Currently, we charge $385, but we have reduced the price starting in January because we only have half a year left.
Okay, and then the 500 that was tested, was that, if it were to increase to 500, what would, is that half of the cost per year to the town? Like, how was that number chosen?
The fare at the current 385 would pay for a little bit over 10% of the overall cost.
Oh,
Even
10%.
if we increase to 500, that is still a very low percentage in terms of the cost of the program.
Okay, thank you.
Before I call on Ms. Spector, I'm going to follow up to that. Has staff calculated what it would cost to actually recover or pay for the program through signups and enrollment? I mean, if I wanted my child to ride the bus and it was a full cost recovery for the town, what would I pay? Has staff figured that out?
We haven't run the number, but if you are interested in the number, I can flip to a screen.
Just
and run
approximately $1,000,
so
$1,500.
the current cost is $375,000, so we have 120 riders. That will put us at about $2,000. Okay. Sorry, I can't do it.
Mr. Morley is behind you, kind of nodding at me, so I'm going to let him weigh in. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
I think we had looked at the per rider cost in the $2,500 a year range, so an expensive cost from that, a big jump from where we are now.
Thank you. Ms. Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Along the same lines, and it's probably in this information already, but what is the total cost to the town each year?
The current year is $375,000.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions from council? Okay, I have 3 cards on this matter. So Doris Pirano, or something like that?
Yes, you're good. Thank you. First off, I want to say thank you so much for having this service. I'm very grateful. I know it's costly. I didn't realize it was that costly. But our quality of life has increased tremendously with this service. My daughter can't get home after school. There is no safe route. We live in the mountains. There is no alternative. So what will happen, since there's no clubhouse anymore, she's going to be basically sitting in town for 4 hours until I get off of work. And it's just not ideal for my family. And she has special needs, so it's a little more challenge, and it's good for her to get home and do her homework and have a routine. And we're not, I'm economically challenged. I don't have money for an Uber to get her back and forth. So Route B has been a godsend for many of us. And we would have more people here. It's just that a lot of us are volunteering for voting in the elections, and so I know several of my friends feel the same way. And I know the primary goal is traffic congestion, but a secondary goal is that, our kids have to have no after-school options, and their quality of life is important. What are they going to do? Specifically when you're trying to serve the mountain community, and I know the mountain community doesn't necessarily play in here, but I just sincerely hope that you guys can consider keeping Route B. I would be willing to pay a lot more than $500. I don't know what the survey questions asked, but I would definitely be willing to spend, $1,000 at least. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Moshe Shaham?
Hey, how you doing? First of all, I want to say as well, thanks a lot for supporting the service. This is really, really helpful for a lot of families. We live in the Oka Lane area around JCC, and we are about 2.5 miles approximately from the schools. So it does make a difference for us. I have 2 kids. One is going to attend in 8th grade in Fisher Middle School, and one is attending 5th grade in Louisville Middle School. So it's really been a big relief for us. I also want to say that a few months ago, I was personally involved in rallying support in our neighborhood for adding another stop for the bus service. And we got tremendous support from every family, even the one that's not using the service. Everybody was really, really supporting the bus service. And a lot of people wanted actually saying that they want to use the bus service, but currently the route doesn't serve them. For example, we have families with kids going to high school, and there is no high school route at the moment. So we definitely understand the budget constraint, and we definitely appreciate, as I said, everything you guys are doing to support the service. However, I believe that there are 2 options on the table today. One option is to discontinue the service, and one option is to have some major changes to the service. We think that there is a viable option that in line with the second option, because we feel that our neighborhood, for example, has a very high occupancy of riderships, on a daily basis. And we assume that there may be other neighborhoods like that. So the question that we want to pose to the council is, can we crunch the data further and see are there, neighborhoods that have the right quota, that basically fulfilling the quota for the ridership, and then go and change the route to just accommodate these neighborhoods. And if we're doing so, that might go and relieve some of the budget constraints, but maybe move into a smaller bus. Maybe we don't need a big bus. Maybe we can shorten the route. Maybe that's going to help some of the cost. I don't know. I don't have the underlying cost breakdown for the bus, but we just wanted to see if there is a middle ground we can look over here, as well as maybe also look for, maybe we can get support for other families that currently not using the bus service because, again, it's not accommodating their needs, and have them getting into the fold and getting the right support.
That means I should tell everyone if it's yellow, you have 30 seconds left. You don't have to use it, but
Okay.
green is you're good, yellow is 30 seconds, and red is you're done.
I think I'm done. Yeah, thank you.
Let's see, you may have a question there. You do. Wait, hang on.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor. So my question is, part of our pilot, if I can remember everything correctly, we asked a lot of questions before we started it, and people wanted only kids on the bus, and it had to be your sort of standard yellow bus, which may be adding a lot of costs. And I've got in my mind, you said, okay, maybe there's some alternatives, and I'm going to ask staff this, but I suspect a lot of the cost is we've got a bus that does one run. If we set up some kind of shuttle in town that, got the kids to school, but then also went up and moved some people around to work and did other things, then you'd have a more usage that might reduce the cost, and staff can comment on that when it gets to staff question time. So, but my question, in order to do that, we now change the model a little bit to something that it's not just kids on the bus. How much of an issue do you think that will be if your kids are riding a bus that, or some transport form that's not kids only?
I think as long as I personally can say, for myself, as long as there's going to be some kind of supervision, someone in the bus that actually supervise, making sure that the kids are safe, I personally going to be open to that. I don't have any problem with that. And I also wanted, just to add to my last point, as far as, looking at the data model, I personally, if there is anything we can do, I know your staff might be busy, to crunch the numbers, to help you guys to look at the data. I'm more than willing to help, and I'm sure other people might be as well, yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Sayak.
So I'm going to follow up on Mr. Rennie's questions. You mentioned that if there's supervision, currently it's just a bus driver in a yellow bus, but so if we were to change the model so that it would be serving more populations than just the student population, it wouldn't be a school bus and there wouldn't be supervision. And so I want to make sure I understand some of the caveats that you and your other parents have in agreeing to subscribe to a new model. And then the second question is if you are involved with the Safe Routes to School, because they are doing a lot of this number crunching and looking at the different routes. And so those are the two questions I have for you.
Thank you. So for the first one, as far as supervision, I think today there are, every once in a while, there are some complaints, on the school bus. But overall, I think it's pretty safe. It's pretty smooth. But if there's going to be some adults over there, and there's not with kids, yes, and there's not going to be any supervision, I would personally be a little bit concerned. I don't know about other parents, but I would think so. I think this may be, maybe we can accommodate that by volunteers, not by paying people, maybe having volunteers on the bus. That might be helpful. As far as your second question, no, I'm not involved, but I will be more than happy to be involved in that, yeah. If you can point me to that group, yeah, absolutely.
You can very easily find them on the web.
Thank you.
SR2R, I'm looking for, you can just look them up.
Okay.
No other questions? Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm going to massacre this name as well. Chitang J-O-G.
Thank you. J-O-G is simple jog. First of all, again, thank you for starting the school bus service. As someone who came from the East Coast about 7 years ago, for staying there for several years, school buses are so common, and when I knew that there are none here, I was kind of shocked. But I was elated to find that there is a pilot program that is happening, and the fact that it is not just starting just like that with a nice feasibility study, which I was very much involved with. And then later on as well, all the different feedback that was taken, adding the new bus stop and things like that. Now, as far as the numbers that I saw, one was the ridership, and the goal is, as I see, the whole idea of the school bus service, more than anything else, was congestion relief. So if it was congestion relief, I have not seen any metric as to we need 100 cars removed, and that we'll be happy at that point. We only see the ridership, right? So we see ridership and the number of cars that are removed for congestion relief, but I don't see how much percentage have we hit towards the goal, right? So that's one thing that I thought was not clear, because then we would know how far we are going towards the goal. That is one. The second thing is, a few surveys once the pilot program has started did happen. Actually, I know a couple of surveys in the 2 years, and overall, I didn't see much that improved. Either the routes or the schools or any combinations or the price, pretty much nothing. I mean, there were a few, but not majorly that would increase the ridership significantly. So, I mean, the approach right now, understanding the constraints, I can see that it's a difficult position, but I think with the data, as Moshe just pointed out, it should not be an all or nothing approach. There are several options, and ultimately, what does a pilot mean? A lot of feedback, working with different options, routes, some of the suggestions that you just mentioned, that should still continue, at least for one more year, and we should look at it instead of just abolishing it completely. So I would strongly urge, in my position is, and I'm more than happy to look at options using whatever skills I have to investigate if there are other ways and combinations to continue this for one more year and see, and incorporate the feedback more and more as we run the pilot. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. No, thank you very much, sir. Kristen Linden.
Hi, I am here to echo a lot of the sentiments that parents bring to this discussion. I really love the school bus pilot program, and I wish that it's no longer a pilot program. I live in the mountains, and just last year, I was working part-time from home. So I would spend a total of 2 to 3 hours taking my children. I have one in high school and one in middle school. And just going between the two schools for drop-off and pickup takes up at least an hour every morning and another hour and a half in the afternoon. So congestion-wise, I'm off the road for 3 hours, and that's huge to me. I started working full-time, and without the school bus program, I don't think I would be able to have the employment, and my kids love being on the bus with their friends, and it's really helped, like Doris said, increase the quality of life for me and my family. So.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Maria Ristow.
Hi, Maria Ristow, 85 Broadway. I'm on the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, but I'm primarily speaking as a resident with an intimate view of how the busing program came about. I was a staunch supporter of this since 2015. I felt like if we put a bus out there, it would fill up. Watching the process that it took to create this route, I think what's really important to understand, because we were stepped through it at our meetings, at our transportation and parking meetings, and at Complete Streets, is there's so many levels of why people are riding the bus or why they aren't. And if you add a route, or if you add a stop, you've now made the route longer, and maybe somebody has to get up earlier and then they drop off. If you take a stop out to try and make the whole trip shorter, so more people will ride it, people have to walk further to get to the bus, and they won't do that. If you increase the price, a whole bunch of people drop off. All of that analysis was done early on, and it was done over and over. And so as a commissioner, as we sat there and asked questions, well, what if you did this? What if you did that? Ms. Smith had the answers to those. And there was tweaking between the first 6 month or, the first semester when we did it into this year. And there's been a lot of effort. I feel like transporting students should be the school district's job, not the town's. If this process had gotten more riders and people who were riding it valued it and rode it a lot, or we had oversubscription, then it might be worth the total of $375,000 we're paying a year. But to put a 1.5% dent on the students that would arrive in a car and get them on a bus, it's a tough thing to say that that's worth it. Maybe selfishly, I'm looking at, what if we try to get the students who live in town to take the VTA bus? We have a Route 27 now that runs every half hour that would work for Fisher and the high school. Sure, for Fisher, somebody might have to walk 2 or 3 blocks, but a 1-year pass on VTA is $385. That's exactly what somebody is paying right now to ride this bus, and the town is subsidizing it to the tune of almost $3,000 per student. So I'm just looking at, this is a tough decision. Nobody wanted this bus to run more than I did, and I thought this would make a big difference, and I feel like most of the reasons people want to keep it is quality of life for them, and that is really valid, but that is not why the busing program was set up. It wasn't set up to transport students, it was to decrease congestion. And if we're not getting that, I think there's other ways we can either work with VTA or work on a shuttle or subsidize VTA passes for students. I mean, we could give them free VTA passes and come out way ahead, and put in better bike lanes and walkability. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Rustow? Thank you very much. Oh, wait, you have one.
So I know this was analyzed completely by the Complete Streets Commission. I'm curious how much discussion was with the Safe Routes to School so that it could then permeate to the schools themselves and the parents that are on the fence whether or not even to participate in this program.
That's a good question. It was also rolled out through Safe Routes to School. We had Zippy on the school bus, the mascot. I was there with representatives from Safe Routes to School as well as representatives from the town at Back to School Night to talk to people, to answer questions, to pull them in. There's a lot of interest, but I mean, some of the answers for why people don't ride the bus, they want to give their child a break some mornings so they don't have to get up as early and ride the bus. Busing is inconvenient when you're used to getting in at your house and getting dropped off at school. So anything different is a little more work. And unless there's a massive commitment on the part of families to decrease pollution, decrease congestion, and maybe make things a little tiny more difficult, we're having a hard time breaking through the car culture. And that is what is stopping this.
Thank you, Ms. Rustow. Sashi Balasingham.
Hi, I'm Sashi Balasingham. I basically want to also echo some of the comments that my neighbors have said. And I have 2 kids, one in high school and one in middle school, and both benefited greatly from the bus program. Unfortunately, this high school bus stopped and so, but my son still continues to Fisher with this school program. And all I would say is I thank, first of all, for introducing a program and showing the benefits to us. I think we should consider some alternates given the cost aspect of it. I personally would be also open to a mixed vehicle approach. Possibly have additional surveillance cameras or something of that nature to kind of enhance the safety of that. In that case, maybe I'll be okay with kids traveling with adults as well. That's all I had to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Leaf Linden.
Hi, good evening. So my name is Leif. I am a client, a customer of Route B, and I have a different opinion than the woman that just come up here and spoke about cost, because I understand I wasn't here at the meeting when we talked about bus congestion and relieving congestion being a key driver of this, because I think for me and my family and my kids, this has been about equity and opportunity. And how many of you guys...
It'd be great if you talk to us, because you're addressing us. I recognize that you have people that you know, but if you would talk to us, we could ask you questions, and that
Sure,
works
as long as
better.
I can get 15 seconds back. So what I really want to convey here is that how many of you guys have middle school kids? And how many of you have kids that you would say, walk on the freeway after school? I want you to walk on the side of the freeway or ride your bike. I don't think any of us would say that. And that's essentially what we've been doing in Los Gatos. I've lived in this town almost 40 years, and we live in the mountains. There's only one road between Los Gatos and the thousands of people that live in Redwood Estates, Chemical Park, Summit, Loma Prieta, that all have to go to the Los Gatos School District. So the problem that I have, my family has, is there is no way, no physical way for kids to get from school to our home. And so that requires either a parent or a relative to take you and to take the 2 or 3 hours to go around and chauffeur kids around to get them to school. And that's creating a divide between the people that live downtown and the kids can walk to and from school or take alternate transportation, and the people that live in the mountains. And that's why I think this program is fundamentally flawed in our metrics when we talk about reducing congestion. Because at the end of the day, we heard from people here, this is about opportunity for the kids. This is about relieving pressure on the family. It's about way of life and quality of life. And so it boggles my mind to think that there's no other way of doing this. We live in one of the best school districts in the state, in the nation. We should be able to do this for the 25,000 people that live in Los Gatos. I don't see any reason why we can't.
You have a question.
So I completely understand your frustration that I'm hearing. What I would like to know is, how did you get your kids to school before? And has Lexington, I'm assuming that's where your kids are at, had, before this pilot, what options were available through Lexington as a school community to get people down to the high school or Fisher Middle School? Because what I'm trying to understand is ultimately, how do we make a very significant town cost make sense so that it's not serving a subset of a school population?
Absolutely, and I understand there's times where we have to figure out what makes sense for a small subset and what we think is fair. For me, when I grew up here, there were no options. So when I went to school, my parents had to, my mom quit her job so she could take me to school. That's how it worked. My kids lived in San Jose School District. Their grandparents took them to school. There was no busing option. We had that luxury. When we moved to Los Gatos, the school bus became our savior. So for the past 2 years, this has been a lifeline for us simply because of the school bus. Wouldn't have happened without it.
I have a question for you as well. I, like Councilwoman Sayak, hear your frustration, and I wonder if you brought that to the schools. Have you talked to the middle school? Have you talked to the high school about the need for them to supply that transportation lifeline for your families?
You know, I wasn't involved with the initial planning of this school bus. So what I can say is
it's
that...
It's a town-funded, independent town government pilot. The schools are not involved in it. So my question is, have you spoken to the schools about instituting a program?
So why did the schools not support it in the first place?
I have no idea. I don't do, I'm not a school person. I'm a
so
town
why,
person.
so why is the town funding it initially then?
Well, Well, I don't want to get in a dialogue with you, but let's just go to the history of the program. The town thought that in order to relieve traffic around schools, because we're looking for multimodal transportation and other options for getting to school, and we've been very successful with safe routes to school, that this might be something that our families would adopt if we offered it. So the town took it upon itself to do this. There was no question whether the schools would be involved or not. This was a town project. So my question to you is, if these buses are important to you, have you raised this issue with the schools?
I would absolutely say before the town unanimously or unilaterally cancels this program, we need to bring it up to the schools. Because that's a gap.
Have you?
No, I have not, because I have not started this program. But I'd love to partner with the program and the people that run it to make sure that it continues, however that, whether it's funded by the town or the schools. And I'm happy to be part of that process.
Thank you. I have no other cards, so we are going to close the public portion of the hearing unless someone else jumps up, as they often do. Seeing none, public hearing is closed. I'm going to look to the council for questions of staff, comments, or a motion. Mr. Rennie.
I'll start off with questions. Thank you, Mayor. So the discussion we just had, did we approach the schools to help us with funding? Did we, many of these residents live in the county. Did we approach the county for assistance in funding, and how did that go?
Good evening, Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. Yes, we talked with the county. We worked with Mr. Wasserman on seeing if the county could provide some support. He put it forward as a budget proposal with the county, and it was not funded that way. We've asked the schools on a number of occasions, especially in conversations around safe routes where both school districts have seats on the board, whether they'd be able to participate, and they've been very clear that it's not something that's funded for them and not a cost that they can incur.
Okay, second question, which I alluded to very early on, about ways to reduce the cost or reduce the cost per rider by doing, I'm guessing that a lot of the requirements around kids only is adding cost, and the fact that you've got a driver that's going to make one run and then he does nothing for many hours, or I don't know what he does, but they more than likely are charging you a lot for that. So this idea that we could have the bus go to school and then it could do some circuits of taking people, I don't know, from the North 40 to downtown or something, or other things. How viable is it to pursue that idea and ways of basically reducing cost per rider? Maybe it still costs us $300,000, but now we move a lot more people.
So a community shuttle is on your strategic priority, so it's something that we'll take a look at over the next year or so. We are watching what other communities are doing. We watch what Mountain View does with their shuttle, which is funded by Google. We're watching what Cupertino's doing with their shuttle, which is funded by their general fund and rider paid fees. And we're seeing pretty high costs associated with implementing those programs, so I don't want to leave too much of a positive out there. I want to be realistic in what we're looking at. Certainly a community shuttle is doable. It's just a matter of what is the cost of doing something that that gains that ridership that we're struggling with this program. We need to do the analysis on that and bring that back to you.
Other questions? Ms. Sayak.
So I know that a decision's being made, is being requested to be made tonight. Could you help me understand the time frame? So if a lot of these tweaks, a lot of these requests, a lot of these requests by parents to get involved and speak to their school, realistically, when does the contract end with the current provider? And when would the discussion, if any changes were to be made on the financial structure, when would that decision have to be made as well? I understand there's the budget issue on our part, but when does this actual contractor need to know whether or not they will be in service next year?
So our current contractor is called Student Transportation of America. Our contract with them ends at the end of June 30th. The town has the option to renew it 1 year at a time. up to 3 more years. This is the contract we have. We do have the option to continue with this contractor. The price has been negotiated. If we change to a different model, that means we will have to, besides the service design piece, we will have to do the entire procurement to find a different type of transportation provider. That is a process. Last year, we will have to start like yesterday to, assuming we already have a service plan, knowing how many hours we need to run the bus, we still have to pretty much start it yesterday to find a transportation provider to run either a white bus or blue bus for us.
If I could just add on to that. So we do need to let them know if we're going to continue their service with them or not. And that's why one of the 2 reasons we're here tonight. The other is we need to plan in our operating budget for next year if we're going to have these costs. So we wanted to have those conversations early so we could do the planning associated with it. So although our contract expires at the end of June, we do need to do some notification in terms of renewal or extension of that contract to keep it going.
Other questions? Ms. Spector.
Thank you. I'm mindful of the fact, we all are, that there was a process that staff went through to come up to the busing that we have now. So the first question is there anything else that can be done at the staff and or community level to explore options again?
I think what helps us, I pull out this slide, is there are many suggestions along the way. Many of them actually would address the subscription metric. So that's why we want to break that apart, because some of them, for example, we could try different new neighborhood or have a route designed in a different way to catch 2 neighborhoods that may have potential. But they may help us to increase the subscription. What we're really struggling with is the ridership. Based on our subscription number, that's very, very healthy. We almost have 2 full buses. But what we're struggling with is the subscribers don't show up at the buses. So they're likely, the alternative is continue to drive the cars. So many of the suggestions we could try, we have considered, or we'll try some of them already. But there's really no guarantee that we'll have, when we say 50 people sign up, we have close to 50 people riding the bus on a daily basis.
So are 50 people, is that the whole bus, half the bus?
We're currently close to 120 riders. So we are, one bus, I'd say, is at capacity, the Route B, based on their subscription. And Route C, we're at the 90% capacity, based on subscription again.
All right, and then I think just one more question, Madam Mayor. The reference has been made in the staff report and also in what you've been saying to congestion relief. Was that a metric that was used in order to attempt to get Measure B funding? Or did it have no relevance whatsoever?
That is really a problem we defined at the beginning and we're trying to solve. Yes, congestion relief benefits will help us get Measure B funding, as well as the air districts funding, the TFCA transportation funding for clean air. Those are all just more benefits we bring to reducing cars, and the air quality benefits will help us get funding.
And lastly, has consideration been given to using our Measure G funding, or at least a portion of it, for this busing?
I think if you meant Measure B funding,
G.
Oh, the sales tax funding.
So the sales tax measure really talked about other services, and the sales tax committee has opined that they would prefer to see the funds go towards tangible infrastructure projects. It is a general tax, so it could be used for any purpose.
Yeah, and I was going to mention that it doesn't necessarily have to go for one thing or the other. The way it was structured, and I would imagine, I was there, but I don't recall, was the Measure G committee, did they consider, were they given the opportunity to consider the bus program?
They did not talk about individual capital projects.
Okay, thank you.
Before I call on Mr. Rennie, I'm going to ask a question that's somewhat related and look to Mr. Morley or whoever. My recollection is that we started the discussion of the school bus pilot. It came out of North 40, essentially, where there was discussion about traffic and particularly traffic around schools, and we were trying to figure out ways that we could come up with any kind of traffic relief. We were made aware of a program in Danville where the residents of Danville voted to tax themselves to provide buses, and we were told it was quite successful, but it was a specific tax measure that was approved by the residents of Danville to fund buses in their community. It was not the town of Danville that was funding it. It was a tax measure imposed upon by the residents by themselves. We became interested in that and looked for various ways to fund that kind of program. We didn't really come up with lots of funding options. We couldn't use Measure B because it didn't exist at the time we were talking about it. And then once it did exist, our pavement condition index was not sufficient to have extra funds to use. We could not fit into a grant program, as I recall. So the council very enthusiastically, given the support or the success we'd had with Safe Routes to School, thought, we will offer this program at town cost. We'll offer it at a discount to try to get people to ride it, and rather than charge the actual cost for it and subsidize that ridership, and hope that it would catch on. And I guess what I'm being told tonight is that it was a great idea, but it hasn't caught on. So, Mr. Morley, is my history somewhat correct on that?
Yeah, your history is spot on. I think if you look at the success of Safe Routes, where over 40% of students are biking or walking to school, and looking if you're within biking or walking distance, you have an option for an alternative mode. The thought was that maybe we could expand that to those that are outside that biking and walking distance, and even if we got a 20% of those, half of what we get on the biking and walking to use a bus type transit, then it would be a successful program and make a market difference in our congestion. Unfortunately, we just haven't seen that level of interest in getting people on the bus, and we adjusted, we tweaked, we looked for opportunities for alternative funding. We did whatever we could find in order to try and make this program work, and the interest levels just haven't been there in a transit type setting like what we see in the other Safe Routes efforts.
Thanks. Mr. Rendy?
Thank you, Mayor. So, preamble to my question, the goal of this was to reduce congestion, and what we're seeing is it's having a most valuable effect sort of on the quality of life and kind of a social justice kind of question for some people. As a member of VTA's Technical Advisory Committee, you're probably more familiar than I. One of the things that we're doing at VTA is a van program, and I understand it's something like VTA provides a van, but the people, they help organize a group of people that they take turns driving the van, but VTA provides the van. Is that something that we could help organize, or they could approach VTA for some of these neighbors? So, okay, they would have to drive once a week or something like that, instead of not having to drive at all, but it would be better than having to drive every day, especially those that have to come out of the mountain. Is there something in that program, or somehow we could get involved in that to maybe help this out?
We can definitely make the connections on those alternative programs as they mature. And I don't know if that program's on the road yet, but we do watch them, and that would definitely be an option we could bring to interested parents if we wanted a sort of a grassroots effort, for sure.
Ms. Spector.
Thank you. Question for Mr. Morley. Maybe I misunderstood. Are these buses, not the ridership, but the subscriptions, do they fill a bus?
So they do not. So we are in the percentages. We're in the lower percentages, trying to get a full bus, and we're not filling the bus at all. And that's really where we're stuck. And that you know, if in order to make a difference, we need those buses full so that we're taking those vehicles off the road, and that's the congestion management impact that shows that the program is ripe for expansion or continuation.
So how many students to fill a bus?
For all high school students, about 48, and we can move all the way to 60. So that's pretty much our Route C subscription. We are above that.
All right, I guess, and I'm hearing a disconnect between the two of you. How many seats on the bus?
To simplify it, we're looking at 60 students on the bus to fill the entire bus for it to be full.
All right, thank you.
And just for
Okay,
clarification.
I'm going to follow up on that if I could. What I'm hearing is 60 people have signed up and paid money, but 60 people aren't riding. Is that correct?
That's exactly about half them show up.
Okay. So it sounds good. They pay, they subscribe, and then they don't use it. Correct? Okay. I wanted to then ask Mr. Morley, changing gears a little bit. I guess it was at our last meeting. We discussed the transition of the town, or I'm not going to talk about transition. We discussed how the town can employ a standard of vehicle miles traveled in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, change kind of our transportation modes, look at transit demand management, things like that. Like was suggested, providing bus passes, for example, would fall into that category. And we decided that we would ask staff or consultant to do studies for us with respect to how we could meet various goals. Would alternatives for a bus program or a shuttle program fall into those things you were looking at with respect to a vehicle miles traveled analysis?
They would, and that is something that we are looking at. Matter of fact, we're even looking at it in association with the current project going on at the North 40, the North 20, if you will. And because they do have a TDM requirement that was pretty vague, and so we'll be bringing that to the council for review at some point. And that most likely will include an element of funding for some yet to be determined local shuttle. We'll have to define what that is, and the 20 acres that we're looking at now certainly won't fund a shuttle to serve the entire town, but perhaps adding that service, that contribution together with other developments as they occur may get us closer.
Okay, other questions? I'm sorry, Mr. Rennie, I think I cut you off, or Ms. Spector? Ms. Sayak.
Mr. Morley or Ms. Smith, I'm focused again on Safe Routes to School. Is Lexington a part of that collaboration? Does Lexington School have?
So Lexington's a little challenged because of their location
Okay.
in terms of Safe Routes. We do provide the program there. It's got a little bit of a different focus because they can't necessarily walk or bike to school. So it is considered in Safe Routes, yes.
Okay, so I guess maybe the question then is, we're struggling with the social equity question that's before us. And so has this been discussed by the group? And has the Fisher and high school had discussions on how do we get our students safely to our school?
Yes, the discussion happens every quarter at the Safe Routes meeting. So we have a quarterly meeting where we get the school champions together with the Safe Routes volunteers that really run the organization and make it happen. We brainstorm on the opportunities. We provide information into the newsletters, a ton of flyers and that kind of information at sign-up time to try and really drive the interest, and you know the results.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, other questions? Comments and/or a motion? Okay, well, just to get a discussion started, I'll go ahead. And I'll put it in the form of the motion because that will help focus our discussion, I hope. We'll see what happens. I was a huge supporter of the school bus pilot. I'm also a huge supporter of alternative transportation. In fact, when I was first mayor, I convened the first joint meeting between the school districts and the town council, and that was kind of where we got Safe Routes to School off the ground. We put in green bike lanes, and we made a lot of progress. It seemed like a natural progression when we had the enthusiasm for that program to try to now provide a bus pilot. We'd heard about a successful program in Danville, albeit a tax-supported program. So the question was, well, could Los Gatos subsidize that, given that we weren't going to put a tax measure on our ballot to do that? The council decided unanimously that we would put this pilot into effect, and we decided particularly on metrics to judge whether it was succeeding or not. And we as a council, I know, all continue to support it if we can, but we also have to be fiscally responsible, and we have to think about the entire town. And frankly, we have to think about the school district, because as someone said, this is the school's job to get its students to school. And one of the continuing struggles we have, which is why I wanted to have a joint meeting with the school district and the town council when I first became mayor, was let's get on board together and solve some of these problems, because you're a citizen of our community as well, and let's work together to address these issues. A continuing problem has been to get the school district to come to the table. Will you do a transit demand management plan? Will you limit parking at the high school? Will you put a program in place with your students? This council could do that with private schools like Hillbrook. We crafted a pages-long list of requirements for how students got to school at Hillbrook. We can't do that with public schools. All we can do is use our bully pulpit to say, help us out. And unfortunately, we haven't gotten any of that help from the schools. So sadly, because I was really hoping this would work, I think that the fiscally responsible thing to do is to end the pilot. However, and frankly, a lot of that has to do with the more people get used to not condemning it, not doing anything, just observing on-demand transportation, the more they have an expectation that the transportation option should conform to their schedule or their convenience. A school bus just doesn't do that. You get your kid up and you get them on the bus. I used to ride a bus every day, and I know it was hard to get up and get on the bus, but that's what I did. Our world isn't kind of like that, but so the van program is an interesting idea. Other things are an interesting idea, but I think for tonight we're not there yet. I think we are going to look at alternatives and our vehicle miles traveled, but for purposes of fiscal responsibility for the town, my very sad motion would be for us to end the pilot. And so that's how I'm going to start the discussion. We'll see. If there's no second, then somebody else can try it. And I'm seeing no second, so go for it, council. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. This is not a motion. Thoughts. Maybe someday it'll lead to a motion or somebody else's. First of all, the recommendation that's coming from staff is to conclude the school bus program. And I'm not prepared to do that. First of all, I want to thank staff because I know there's a lot of work that they did. I know that there's a lot of outreach that they did with the community, with the school districts. I thank the commissions and committees that worked on this because I know that they were also motivated to have this program work. And as the mayor said, I also personally was enthusiastic and still am about the bus use. What I would support would be further work, further analysis to develop options in order to remove ourselves from the metric of congestion relief. If that's what we're looking for as Measure B funding, I would remove myself from that metric and look to possibly using Measure G funds. I think it would be a great use of Measure G funds. And those are the ideas that I have. Don't have a motion, just have some thoughts.
Well, I would encourage you, given the hour and the length of the discussion, to convert that to a motion, and we'll see where we go. You might have amendments, you might have a second, we'll see. If you want to think further about how you would have that investigation, if you will, of the other options conducted, that would be great.
Well, then I'm going to move that we not conclude the school bus pilot program at this point, that we move forward, that staff and the community move forward with further analysis, and that it does not have, the analysis does not have to be limited to the yellow bus that we are currently using, but it could be a broader consideration, and that and that we not eliminate the use of Measure B funds, and that we not totally be wedded to the use of Measure B funds.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay, I'll second it for purposes of discussion. My only question to the maker of the motion is, what time frame would you have in mind given the contract conclusion at the end of the school year?
I would be looking to staff to get input on that.
Okay, I'll continue with my second. Ms. Sayak.
I have a question. I think what you're seeing is we're all struggling because we want this program to survive. And on a I think for me, what's hurting is the fiscal accountability to this. And so the question I have to the maker and the seconder is, at what cost? Right now, we've identified the total program cost is $375, and so are we still bearing that full program cost for another year?
For me, the maker of the motion, this motion is not putting a total on it, $370,000 or otherwise. Since I look to all options being considered, I don't know what the amount would be. And based upon my Measure B, Measure G part of my motion, I am also not looking for what the funding mechanism would be or what the funding sources would be.
Okay, as the seconder, can I ask for a friendly amendment, which would be that the school bus pilot program, as currently configured, you're looking to look for options of that. You don't want to eliminate, or it's not really, I guess it's not an amendment, it's a real question. Your motion was to not conclude the pilot program, but then I'm hearing that you're very flexible on financing, budgeting, et cetera. So the question is, would it be more appropriate characterization of your motion that you would like to conclude the school bus pilot program as it currently exists, but keep the budgeting or the options extant pending staff coming back to us with how it could look?
My one options, absolutely, this motion is would include all options, and that it would conclude the school bus program as it currently exists. However, I guess that's why I would need to look to staff for the time frame, because I would like this, the options to come forward sooner rather than later.
So if I may, I'll start and staff will add. We are in the midst of our budget process right now. We publish our budget in early May as a draft, so that way the public and all of you have a chance to review it prior to our budget hearing on May 19th. So we're really in the throes of this. I think we're very open to exploring options and continuing to explore funding options and partnerships and all of that. But if we're looking at a completely different model beyond a yellow school bus, that's going to take a lot of work, and there's no way we're going to be able to have a whole new program option ready for you for, let's say, even say April, for then finding a vendor and getting it going for the fall. So I think if the council really wants to continue the pilot, we're happy to include it in our capital budget, run it for another year as configured and continue to pursue options. It's just the time for putting together viable options to meet the transportation objectives, which we're now hearing there are multiple objectives beyond just congestion relief, is going to take some time, and I'll let Director Morley or Ms. Smith elaborate.
Yeah, I'd echo that. We have, this month we have 5 applications we're trying to get in for Measure B grant funding for a significant amount of money. We have VMT we're working on the transportation front that will take us through July, and then further as we revise our existing policies to get in front of that. So there's a significant amount of work on the transportation front right now that revising this program at this date is going to, with a wholesale revision, is going to be difficult. I think that probably the most that we can offer is continuing the program as it is. If we can make some small adjustments along the way, obviously we do that anyways. But I think that's sort of at the point where we're standing now.
All right, with that in mind, I would not, this motion would not conclude the school bus program while options are being explored.
Okay, before I continue with my second, I want to ask a question of staff. I realize that we're doing our budgeting in May, that the school ends in June, that the contract ends in June. I heard the calendar basically from Mr. Morley. So is it more, to the extent anything is economically practical with respect to this, does it make more sense to just keep that funding in place for this program while staff is able to explore those other options in conjunction with, for example, vehicle miles traveled analysis, et cetera, rather than having you take on a new project to come back to us before June?
Yeah, I don't think there's a way that we can get back to you before June with a new project. I just think the workload, if you think back to the outreach that we did when we started the school bus program, with sort of mapping where people lived, identifying where ridership would be, doing community outreach meetings and stakeholder meetings and polls and surveys, there was a significant amount of lead time to get this up and running. So we'll need with the workload on, we'll need every bit of a year in order to get back to you with an alternative program.
Okay, with that answer, then I'll keep my second. And just to make sure from the maker of the motion, I understand it, that the motion is to continue the school bus pilot program with the budget funding that we currently have, but to direct staff to come back with a number of alternatives on how I'm not going to even call it a school bus pilot. I'm going to call it transportation options to and from our schools can be explored, different options for that.
That is the motion, and even more so, to continue the current school bus pilot conditioned on staff and the community. But anyway, staff moving forward with an analysis of options.
Okay, with that, then I'll continue my second. Mr. Rennie?
I just want to ask staff a question of what, we've talked about a lot of stuff, and I'm not willing to vote for something that mentions Measure G because I understand this is not in the original wordings of Measure G. So now that we've done a lot of talking, what is the motion going to say that's going to end up in the minutes?
Well, let's ask the maker of the motion to restate her motion, please.
Ha! All right, the motion was that I was not prepared to conclude the school bus program. I like the school bus use. I would like to support it in some form. And so therefore, I'm asking staff and the community to do further analysis, to come up with options. The use of Measure G is not a mandate, but to consider Measure G and not be limited by Measure B congestion relief metric or any other specified type of financing.
Okay, as the seconder, just to clarify, sorry, that the Measure B and Measure G are mentioned just as examples of possible funding.
As examples of options, yes.
And not exclusive.
Correct.
Okay, so with that, I'll continue my second. Mr. Rennie? Ms. Sayak?
So I'm going to support the motion. But as one of the cost considerations, I'm going to ask staff to seriously consider at least doubling the fare. And I know that's going to create a hardship, but what I'm hesitant about, and this is something that I articulated when we first started it, is when you carry a pilot and you're carrying the true cost of that, it is going to be very difficult to ask someone else to contribute to a program that's already funded. And so I'm going to ask those that are benefiting to increase your costs, but I'm also going to ask and challenge all of you to reach out to your community to get them involved, to understand that if they pay into this, it reduces congestion for the entire town, and that this is an increased partnership that requires more than just the town continuing to pay $375 on an annual basis.
Okay, and I'll add to my comments for supporting the motion. I think it's probably fiscally, as I said, responsible to end the program. However, I recognize that there's reasons to continue it that go beyond how many cars there are at the school at any particular time. So I agree with Councilwoman Sayak that there is a cost to that we're going to have to ask people to bear because we simply can't afford to continue that subsidy. But I'm going to use my little bully pulpit for any of you school people out there that might be listening. You're a partner in this as well. High school, Fisher Middle School, elementary schools. Please help us to get your students to school. Mr. Rennie.
I'm just going to say I agree. I'm also very hesitant to keep spending that kind of money. I don't want to end the pilot sort of abruptly like this. I'd like it to try to see if we can transition it into something else that's more effective for the amount of money that's spent or less money spent. So I will support the motion with this idea of continuing it and trying to find it transitioned into something. But I will say if it comes back next year and we're at the same point, I'm going to vote no.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It passes unanimously. It is 9:30. We're going to take a break for 10 minutes approximately. We'll see you back at 9:40. We are on item number 8.
We'll see in 2 weeks.
Which is a consideration of our Connect Los Gatos program and community engagement plan. Ms. Peterson.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and Council members. Lisa Peterson, Assistant Parks and Public Works Director, Town Engineer. And I'm excited tonight to talk to you about the Connect Los Gatos program and community engagement plan. And I think this segues nicely into the discussion we were just having about trying to reduce traffic within the town, traffic congestion, and trying to get our children safely to school by means other than vehicles. So the Connect Los Gatos program unifies 6 important bicycle and pedestrian projects within the town under one unifying title, Connect Los Gatos. And this is to help residents understand that all of these 6 projects are moving forward. And these projects were identified early on by our community and our Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. They were included in our Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan and then ultimately approved by the Town Council. So in order to introduce our residents to the Connect Los Gatos branding and also to these 6 projects, we plan to show this slide at the beginning of each community meeting that we have for the projects that are related to Connect Los Gatos. And we did this most recently for our 2 community meetings that we just had, number 1 and 2, the Los Gatos Creek Trail Connector to Highway 9 project, and the Bicycle Pedestrian Overcrossing over Highway 17 feasibility study. And what this slide does is it provides immediate awareness to residents that all 6 of these projects are moving forward, these important bicycle and pedestrian projects. And the map allows residents to see the location of where these projects are at and their proximity to each other. And we discuss with residents that these 6 projects came out of the adopted Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, that these projects are key projects in helping us get multimodal access to key destination locations within the town of Los Gatos, and it's going to help us build our bicycle and pedestrian network within the town, and also allow us to get some important gap closures within that network. So included with the memo tonight as an attachment was the Connect Los Gatos Community Engagement Plan. And this engagement plan provides a toolbox with tools that we can tailor to each project within the Connect Los Gatos program. And this is to allow us to have the best outreach possible to the community on these projects. We recently did use a number of these outreach tools on the 2 projects that I just mentioned, the Highway 9 Trail Connector Project and the Bicycle Pedestrian Overcrossing Project. And staff felt that the outreach was very successful. We had quite a number of residents that came to both of those meetings, and we were able to have discussions with them about, what's important to them in the project as it moves forward in design. They were able to provide us very important input that we're going to be able to use as we're moving the designs forward. Our goal would be to continue to use the Community Engagement Plan toolbox and these tools as we move these important bicycle and pedestrian projects forward. And what we're asking for the Town Council tonight is to approve the Connect Los Gatos program and the Connect Los Gatos Community Engagement Plan. That's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peterson. Are there any questions? Nope. I do not have any cards on this matter, so anybody want to talk to us about that? Seeing no one. Close the public portion of the hearing. Look to the council for comments or a motion. Ms. Sayak.
Basically, I want to thank the town for all this work of putting this together. I know since we've had lots of discrete projects that talk about connecting the town, multimodal projects, and so a nice visual way to really explain to the town what we're trying to do is very much appreciated. And given the time constraints, I'm just going to make a motion that we approve the Connect Los Gatos program and community engagement plan.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you. I'll second the motion and echo the same comments. Thank you. I think it's a great idea. I like the idea of it feeling like we've got a plan that we're putting it all together versus just a project here, a project there kind of thing. So again, thank you for your work on this.
Any other comments on the motion? I just want to echo my thanks to the town staff for doing this. One of our continuing challenges is to get people informed and to get them interested and get them involved. And as we move forward with other projects to do that and other umbrellas that we work where we want to do that, this is a great opportunity. Thank you very much for putting it together. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion? Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 9, a ballot initiative for term limits. Mr. Schultz. No, Ms. Neese.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you is the Term Limits Initiative. On October 7th, 2019, the proponents of the initiative filed the notice of intent to circulate a petition titled A Citizens Initiative Measure Amending the Town Code to Limit the Time a Person May Serve on the Town Council to 2 consecutive terms. Pursuant to the Elections Code, Council must certify the sufficiency of the initiative petition and adopt a resolution calling the election. Staff is also requesting that Council also authorize the preliminary estimated cost of the election for this initiative at $54,200 for the Term Limits Initiative to be included in the proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2020-2021. As stated in the staff report, California Government Code requires the town's voters to determine whether town council members shall be subject to term limits, and such a decision must be made at a regular town election and can only apply prospectively. Previous terms of re-elected incumbents do not count toward the term limit put in place. A term limit measure may be placed on a ballot as an initiative measure brought forward by citizens or as a council proposed measure. Town Council does not have the option to adopt an ordinance without alteration, and once Council has accepted the certification of the sufficiency of the term limit petition, it must adopt a resolution containing attachment 2 calling an election to be consolidated with the Santa Clara County general election occurring on November 3rd, 2020. This concludes staff's report, and staff is available for questions.
Any questions for Ms. Neese? Ms. Spector?
Thank you. Is the $54,000 the amount of money we pay to the county?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
Related question, and that's based on the words that are printed or the space that takes up on the ballot?
It's based on a 6-page measure.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sayak.
And Mr. Schultz, last time we had this discussion, there were some legal concerns that you had. Those have all been addressed?
Yes.
Okay.
And the other item that I was mentioning is actually it's attachment 3 that was to the desk item. There was the 2 sections that were added so that it gives the time frame that's required for the arguments for and against and the rebuttal arguments. So it's attachment 3. It's no different than the attachment 2, except for those 2 sections were added to put in the arguments that are for and against and the time frame required.
Okay, council members, you all have that desk item. Okay. I do not have any cards on this issue. This is essentially the council deciding that the required number of signatures to put this on the ballot have been received and to now place it on the ballot and budget for it. So no one wants to talk to us about that. I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing. Look to the council for discussion, questions, or motion. Ms. Sayak?
In the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we accept the elections officials' certification of the sufficiency of the term limits initiative petition, adopt a resolution calling the election, and direct the inclusion of the preliminary costs of $54,200 in our operating budget for fiscal year 2020 to 2021.
And you are referring
And
us to the desk item,
Yes.
attachment 3?
Exactly, thank you.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, I'll second it. Any comments or questions on the motion? Okay, calling the question, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, none. It passes unanimously. Which brings us to a similar discussion. This one for a measure which proposes a finance commission. Ms. Neese or Ms. Schultz? Mr. Schultz.
I'll do this one.
Ms. Schultz, Mr. Schultz.
At the same time that we received the initiative for term limits, we also received a petition entitled "A Citizens Initiative Measure Amending the Town Code to Establish a Town Finance Commission." That petition, just like the other one, received the 10% valid signatures requirement of the registered voters to place the initiative on the next regular election ballot. Unlike the last one, which didn't give you the option of adopting the ordinance without modification, that is available to you. So it's a little bit different than the last one in that you do have different options that you can undertake now. One being that you can adopt the ordinance without alteration, or the other one is to order the preparation of a report on the potential fiscal impacts of the proposed initiative. Staff is recommending the preparation of the report on the potential fiscal impacts of the proposed initiative due to the significant duties and responsibilities that the Finance Commission would undertake. Those requirements are set forth in the desk item. My review of it found 18 new requirements, duties, and responsibilities that will have to be undertaken by the Finance Commission, and staff believes that they are significant and is recommending that a report be done. That report needs to be brought back to you within 30 days, and at that time, you would be able to review the report and then make a determination whether to adopt the ordinance without alterations or to place it on the November election. They will have to be brought back, as I said, in 30 days. That means it has to be brought back at the next one on March 17th, or a special meeting would have to be called because of the 5 Tuesdays in March doesn't allow us to get to the first meeting in April. So that would be, part of your consideration. We hopefully could bring it to you by March 17th, but just to let you know, there might have to be a special meeting because it is required to come back to you within 30 days.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Schultz? Ms. Sayak?
So, Mr. Schultz, I guess the way this differs is that based on what you've provided as a desk item, there are not only financial but some legal issues that you've raised. The one that stands out to me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth bullet on page 3 of 4 that says that the provision in this initiative may violate state law. So my question to you, process-wise, can we even put things on the ballot that may potentially violate state law?
So which one is it? And I went down 6 and I didn't see that comment, so let me
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Requires Finance Commission to make recommendations to the Town Council regarding long-term compensation and benefit program liabilities.
You're on the second page.
Page 3 of 4?
Yes.
Yeah.
So although the interpretation is going to be is to try to keep us out of law. So the way it's written does not violate the law. But for example, determining compensation is a direct duty and responsibility of council, and that's a closed session item, your labor negotiations. This could be interpreted to allow the Finance Commission now to make recommendations in open session regarding compensation items that should be in closed session. So in that sense, it could violate the Brown Act. If in fact it does pass, we will have to enact procedures and policies that would allow us to make certain we're not in violation of state law. And that will require additional staff time to do that. Just as the other ones, they don't per se on the face of the ordinance violate state law, but subject to interpretations, they could violate state law. And there's a couple other ordinance provisions that also could be interpreted to violate state law, but not on their face. They do not.
Go ahead.
And so I know I asked this, if you could just clarify again the process. Now, normally, when the council adopts an ordinance, it goes through its first, second reading, it becomes an ordinance, and yet if there were changes along the way, the council also has the opportunity to change those changes in future ordinances. Why is this different?
So the way to remember it is there's an ordinance that is adopted by council, and there's an ordinance that's adopted by the people. And so an ordinance adopted by council can be changed by the council. An ordinance adopted by the people cannot be changed unless the people propose modifications and it goes back to voice. Once they've got the required signatures, your only option is to adopt the ordinance without modification, which is an ordinance of the people.
Okay, I'm going to follow up on it with that. Our other option is to send it to a vote of the people.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just have a couple of questions. On the 9212 report, which is the independent fiscal analysis, looking at the elections code, this body has the opportunity to ask for a report on a number of things, including fiscal impact, internal consistency with the city's general plan, specific plans, land use, its impact on funding for infrastructure, impact on communities' ability to attract and retain businesses, So my question for you in doing the research on the 9212 report is the basic theory that this report is going to provide the public who is voting on this measure potentially with a full picture, independent picture of all the impacts of the measure that they're actually voting on?
So for this in the ordinance, the only one that I could see, you're correct, there's a long list of them, but the only one that we would concentrate is the fiscal impact of it, because it won't affect our general plan or land use or the ability to attract economic businesses or of that nature. So it's focused on fiscal impacts, and it is to inform the public of the fiscal impacts of this ordinance.
Of this measure. Not a finance committee, not another something, of this measure that's being put on the ballot.
This specific measure.
Okay. And it's for the voters, not for us.
Correct.
Council. Okay. Other questions? Because I have a lot later. Mr. Rennie? No, I have a lot later.
I'll do 9 minutes.
I'll do mine now then.
Okay, go, Vice Mayor.
And you may have already, staff may have already answered this. What is the cost of this cost analysis?
We're still trying to get if council directs that, then we will get quotes from different consulting firms. I put a call into Kaiser Marston this afternoon, but it's our estimation that it will be well under my manager's authority. So it is something that we can handle and get a contract going pretty quickly without needing council approval.
Do you have an estimate or an understanding of what it costs staff to, i.e., support the Planning Commission?
Well, the Planning Commission is a very different body than a Finance Commission, and the Planning Commission has cost recovery fees. So the staff work that it is involved with noticing and staff reports and attending public hearings, all of that is covered through the development fees associated with the applications that come to Planning Commission. And the long-range planning items are covered by other budget items that we have, that we are forecasting. So unlike the Planning Commission, our other boards and committees, including the Finance Committee, is completely absorbed in the operating budget of the town.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions right now before I call the public? I have 2 cards from the public. Okay. Lee Fago? No, if you'd like to speak now. Your card was first in order, so you're up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. First, let's accept the election officials' certification of sufficiency for the Finance Committee ballot initiative. In very short order and in significant numbers, over 2,500 qualified town voters very quickly let you know they want a finance commission to help the council and the staff. While it is possible to go through the task of putting on the November ballot a measure for creating a town finance commission, there is another alternative, which you've already discussed a little bit just now. We believe the council should consider, and that one that we are recommending, and it is namely for you to adopt the Finance Commission initiative as written and citizens petitioned now at tonight's meeting. For context, it is important to understand that the only truly substantial changes this initiative makes is the current advisory-only Finance Committee is to, 1, increase public participation by expanding the number of well-qualified residents vetted by the council from 3 to 5 voting members. Second, to expand the scope of the committee to include a review of the annual budget. And that makes sense in order to provide the financial context of any review of financial issues. And considering, as the council has noted, that the citizens on the committee, since their appointment almost 3 years ago, when the committee was initiated, they have helped provide analysis, guidance, and balance for many of the town's financial issues. And the third element is to transfer the sales tax that's added to the Financial Commission, is to transfer the sales tax oversight committee duties to the Finance Commission. The Finance Commission will remain strictly an advisory body, and the council will still retain all the decision-making authority over the budget and other financial issues. The commission would be advisory to both staff and council, represent our community, and are a well-qualified and proven free resource for our town. However, just at the start of tonight's meeting, I learned of a new staff document, the one that was just circulated a few hours ago. I was very surprised to learn the staff just communicated its concerns of possible costs associated with the Finance Committee functions of reviewing the town budget, financial planning, and so forth. The Finance Commission is a unique resource of well-qualified folks vetted by you as a council, as I mentioned, to provide education, objectivity, and you've even commented as council members on the value that these citizens have brought. Let's add to that. Let's leverage that resource that's free. The 5 voting members was a proposal the staff originally proposed several years ago.
You have questions, Mr. Bunny.
Thank you, Mayor. So you're implying that, I'm not sure I had heard that, if we put this on, if we adopt this ordinance ourselves tonight, it won't go on the ballot. That's automatic, or somebody, the people sponsoring it are going to agree to not do it? I mean, are you one of those people? How does that work?
I can't speak to the issue because I was not one of the people that initiated that ballot initiative.
That's not really an option then.
I think it could be. I would defer to the town attorney. I believe the council could pass it, and then it would be up to the people who applied. Is that correct?
Yes. I don't know if you want me to answer, Mayor.
Well,
and by doing
Mr.
I'm sorry
Schultz.
if I wasn't clear. One of your options is to adopt the ordinance without modifications, and that eliminates the election. It's an ordinance adopted by the people, and it cannot be changed unless it went back to the people for a vote. So that is one of your options. It wasn't available with term limits because the state code specifically states that term limits must be voted on by the people at an election. But under any other initiative, you have the option to adopt the ordinance without any modifications. No modifications are allowed.
And no modifications in the future either.
Unless it goes back to the vote of the people.
But it hasn't been there the first time.
Well, but because they've collected enough signatures, the state code allows you to bypass the election by adopting that ordinance of the people.
Mr. Schultz, I'm just going to interject here for a moment. You indicated that if the council were to adopt this ordinance as is, that it would eliminate the election. How so? Is there some mandate that the sponsors then
Yes.
withdraw it?
Yes, it's automatically, because the law's in effect. There's no reason to have an election. 'Cause
Well, logically, that's true.
If you look.
Is that mandated in the law that
Yes.
it must be withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The ordinance is written that it's an ordinance of the people, so when you sign that, then it is law. The election does not occur, and you have the law in the books that it cannot be modified unless by the people.
So by doing that, we eliminate the voice of the people.
To vote on it, you've decided that
Right.
based on
Okay.
on the 10% signatures.
Right, okay.
If I may.
Sorry, Mr. Rennie.
If I may further answer Mr. Rennie's question, additionally, you've got a voice of the people already, the 2,500 qualified signatures. The other thing that by doing this and then passing it as an ordinance, you're going to save the town over $100,000 in the fees that would be necessary to put it on the ballot measure by the town and to do the that report that's necessary, the 9212.
Another.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you. Another question. So these 2,500 people that are qualifying it, did they all read did they read all the measure before they signed?
I would believe so.
Where were the signatures gathered? In front of Safeway? Lenardi's?
Some of it was door to door. Some of it was in gathering places for folks.
So a lot of those, I just see them, here, sign this kind of thing, and people don't read it. So how can I be sure that 2,500 people actually know that this is a quality ordinance, or they just like the idea versus they just like the idea?
I can't speak to the mind of the 2,500 people, but I believe based on the conversations that I overheard, and I was not one of the people out soliciting signatures, I have to be clear to that. But I did listen to people who were being solicited, and there were pretty hearty conversations. People did have good questions.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Fagot? I have a question for you. I know that you weren't one of the named sponsors of the initiative. You said we could save the town $100,000. I have to believe that the sponsors of the initiative knew that it costs, based on the discussions we have at the council all the time, know that there's a cost associated with putting a measure on the ballot, and know that there's a cost associated with analyzing it correctly for voters. So how are we saving money by adopting an ordinance that you knew was going to cost that much to go in, especially since this is a finance-oriented ordinance?
So I'm glad you asked that question. So the town would save money because the town would not have to pay the $50,000 necessary to put it on the ballot measure, put on the ballot itself. And the other $50,000 is part of the cost for the, I keep forgetting that number.
The 9212 report.
9212 report. And I think also to put that in context, look how much money those citizens on the committee already have saved the town with the type of work that they've done, researching how to better manage the town's finances, how to invest money, how to save money, how to spend money. What else could they be doing for us going forward to save money?
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Thank you. Jack Van Ada.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I will be addressing the Finance Commission initiative only. You have been discouraged to consider the option to adopt the initiative. The reason we have used the initiative process is that it fills a gap when government has not taken action or has tried to prevent actions proposed by the public. As an example, staff tried to dismantle the Finance Commission with a resolution last year. Unfortunately, we knew we needed a firewall for protection of the Finance Committee. Secondly, you should be aware that Mr. Keown and I met with the town manager to discuss any concerns they had last September. They said they had concerns, but no comments. They said, since then, we have never been contacted by the staff. We have initiated all efforts to discuss this initiative openly. We were seeking solutions, but we were told to go get signatures. So we did. We got over 5,000 signatures for 2 initiatives in under 60 days. However, once the signatures are verified, negotiations stop. The law is the law. Mr. Schultz and I have been in contact for about a solution since December, all the way up until today. Not once did he mention any concerns. I have an email where I proposed that the town could write an initiative that would supplant ours if we could all agree on the wording. Mr. Schultz did not respond to my email suggesting that, nor did he respond when we met on February 11th when I made the original suggestion about the town creating an initiative to replace ours. I met with Mr. Schultz to talk about alternatives. In other words, how can we make this work for both parties? I proposed that the town and ourselves could co-author an initiative. We both may have to give and take, but we could avoid the costs and the embarrassment this meeting is costing all of us. Mr. Schultz told me he was not asking me to withdraw the initiative, but rather to keep it on the ballot, as he had direction from several council members to draft a resolution that came close to our initiative. I mentioned that a resolution would not work. Go back to item 1 above. The 5th item I would like to address is a joint effort made by the Council and the Finance Commission and the citizens. Collectively, we have convinced the town to pay $8 million towards pension debt. That saves $500,000 excuse me, per year, or $5 million over 10 years. In my opinion, if we co-authored an initiative, it may work. I don't know, but it would have to be a compromise solution, one that I think might work for all parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Sayoc?
So, Mr. Veneta, I have 2 questions for you. And I'm not an attorney, so I might misstep on the jargon. Why can't a resolution work? It seems like that's the simplest, cost-efficient way to address the issues contained in here without spending $100,000, without tying any future changes to have to go back to a ballot that may cost another $100,000. My concern is with any policy that we've enacted, we've seen reasons to need to amend, to fix once implemented. And so I'm concerned about that long-term future cost. So again, why can't a resolution work?
Because the town manager drafted a resolution to basically dismember the Finance Committee. That was last year, January of 2019. We don't want to take that risk. That's why we need a firewall.
Okay, so Mr. Veneta, following on that, the council recommendations are created, but the council ultimately votes, and the Finance Committee still is in existence. So if there is a movement to bilaterally create a resolution, why, again, I guess convince me why that's not the most cost-efficient way and easiest way to just resolve this.
Well, 2 problems. One, we lost the trust of the staff when they put forth the resolution on the dismemberment of the Finance Committee. Secondly, it's been 5.5 months that we asked for any comments or concerns on the Finance Committee. 5.5 months later, somewhere between 3 and 5 this afternoon, we got 18 concerns. How do you react to that? That was a stab in the back. I've been working with Mr. Schultz, and he says nothing. And then all of a sudden, this comes out somewhere between 3 and 5 this afternoon. Where's my trust level now?
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Veneta. Catherine Summers.
Good evening, Council. Catherine Summers with the Chamber of Commerce. And I'm taking a little bit different approach, maybe, although I would like to encourage you to adopt the ordinance. And I think I'm saying that right, so I'm kind of going pretty simple here. But you know, I've watched over the past couple of years that Finance Committee, which maybe will become a commission, but I've watched it in action, and I think that they really have been an asset to our community and really invaluable. The word illuminating comes to mind because I think all of us are sometimes in the dark about how the finances work in a town government. And I think what was so, again, the illuminating part was watching some of the council members that sat on that commission ask questions that had never been asked before. And I think through that process, the general public, myself included, and many others learned, you know, we were really educated on how it all worked. And I really appreciated that. Why we're going through this whole 54,000 to put it on, you know, and granted, I do appreciate that the people, you know, that they got all these ballot or the signatures, what have you. So I think the public is behind this for sure, but I don't know if we have to go that whole road. I think tonight, if I'm not mistaken, you can adopt the ordinance, and then if it ever has to be changed, I think you've all expressed that you like that finance committee. So I don't know why we have to keep going through these processes, and right now we're not really getting anywhere with moving ahead with that finance committee. That makes sense.
Okay. I have a question for you. You understand that the ordinance that we're being asked to adopt is quite different than the Finance Committee. It's a Finance Commission, which has lots of different powers and an expanded base. Do you understand that it's not a Finance Committee that we're discussing tonight?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, other questions for Ms. Summers? Thank you. I don't have any other cards on this. Does anybody else want to talk about it? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and look to the council. Looks to council for questions. Mr. Schultz.
I do want to put on the record that I had numerous conversations with Mr. Van Natta. I had conversations with their attorney. The record can establish through emails that I reached out to their attorneys. I reached out to them. The first notice of intent was actually revised based on some of my comments where there were violations of state law. We received a second one. They did not take all of my comments and change them all. They have had all 17 of these. I gave my handwritten notes to Mr. Van Natta at one of our meetings saying, these are all the problems that are in this ordinance. So to state that he was not aware of these is just not correct, and it's proven through emails. I talked to their attorney today about these requirements today, and he says, the first one about the selection process, he said, yeah, we're aware of that. We think you guys can figure out how that process can occur without violating state law. And so to state that I was not involved with them and have not tried to find a solution to this is just not correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Questions for staff? I know we all have a ton. So I think I'm just going to go down the line from Ms. Sayoc down to the end, and we'll get our questions answered. Ms. Sayoc?
Okay, so again, I'm trying to figure out the simplest way to get to some of the issues that are contained in this. We've all stated the benefit of the Finance Committee. We created a resolution for its existence and creation. To make it so that we add basically that we add it so that their nomenclature is now a commission versus a committee, that we give them voting rights, that we incorporate the sales tax oversight committee powers. Can't we just expand our resolution to do that so that we don't have to spend $100,000?
Yes, and based on, and so let's not confuse the two issues.
Okay.
Based on your direction during the priorities and goals, that is in the process and should come to you, I'm hoping the first meeting in April. And my intention is and will reach out to Mr. Van Natta and Mr. Cohen to sit down with them to go over that draft ordinance that I believe complies with law and also doesn't have all of these 17 requirements that could have tremendous fiscal impact upon the town. That can come to you. That can come to you as a resolution or an ordinance. It doesn't really matter as to that effect. But as Mr. Van Natta has said, it won't matter because they want their ordinance and they want it by the vote of the people. Now, you could supplement, they could withdraw their initiative and put your initiative on if they agree to the language of the initiative of the town council. You could put that on the ballot in November, a better written one that doesn't have any violations of state law or potential violations. But that would still cost you the $54,000. So that's still an option. So that's different. For tonight, on the agenda is only to certify the sufficiency of the signatures and to either adopt the ordinance without alteration or order the preparation of the report.
Okay, so I want.
That's on a separate track will be that we are still looking at making changes to the commission or the committee.
Okay, so I understand that there's two tracks going on. If two tracks are ultimately going to create the same intent, why waste time with two separate tracks and not just converge them now?
Because we don't have the ability to dictate to the proponents of the measure.
I think it's also important, as you read the full 6 pages of the measure, it goes well beyond the enabling resolution that the council has adopted for the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee has never had any purview over the budget. In January of 2019, when the proposed resolution came to the council to consider modifying the duties, it essentially had all of the same duties. It did not change the composition. It did not change the responsibilities. The only thing it did was to clarify that it did not overstep or overlap with the OPEB and Pension Trust Committee. That was the single change. However, it's been interpreted as an evisceration of the Finance Committee, which it was not. So I think really the question before the council is, what is the purpose of the Finance Committee? It has evolved from being a council committee to now really being a mixed committee, which is totally fine. The parallel track that the town attorney has mentioned is something that we'll bring forward for your consideration. But the measure as it's proposed, the 6 pages, it goes well beyond what our current Finance Committee does. So to say that this is merely an expansion of the scope to include a review of the budget is simply false.
It goes so far to review administrative policies that council doesn't even review. It goes so far as to try to generate revenue through market rate fees, which we're not allowed to do. And so it's just, many of these items would not be included in my proposed ordinance or resolution that comes back to you, but it certainly would expand on the duties and responsibilities that they currently have and maybe change the makeup, but that's ultimate decision would be with council.
Okay, we're going to just go down the line, as I said. Bear with me, council and staff and audience. I have several questions, and they may be for Mr. Andrews, they may be for Mr. Schultz, they may be for Ms. Prevetti. I think the first one is to Ms. Prevetti. You already answered one of my questions about the resolution for the Finance Committee. Thank you very much. Mr. Fagot stood up and said that one of the benefits of the proposed Finance Commission is to increase public participation, quote unquote, by increasing the number of people on this proposed commission. I want to ask you, Ms. Prevetti, about our recent attempt to do community budget surveying, which is an initiative that we started just earlier this year to get more people involved in the budget. What are we doing with that? What response did we get to our original survey, and what types of input are we getting from that?
So it was a very simple survey, just a quick SurveyMonkey question where we asked residents to rank their preferences on potential expenditures should the council find that we have $1 million of surplus. The high-ranking priorities aligned actually quite well with other things that the town has done in terms of public safety, basic services that the town typically provides. Of course, potholes and traffic were also key priorities. We had, I can't recall the exact number, but well over 100 individuals and possibly into the hundreds of respondents for that survey. Most of the responses happened pretty quickly, so people who were engaged definitely responded very, very rapidly. That is far more than just adding 2 more people to a committee.
And what are the plans to go forward with increased surveying or community budgeting?
So I think really, I think it's been great that the community is more interested in the financial matters of the town. And so we've taken the initiative to actually make data more accessible and information more easily to be able to find it on our webpage. We actually created a financial transparency button. So now you just, with a click of one budget, with the click of one button, you find the budget, the CAFR, you find out what are the highlights of our budget, what are the main expenditures, what happens to your tax dollars. So it's all in an easy to read, easily accessible form. So we've done that to increase public participation. The Finance Committee itself meets now in the late afternoon or early evening, which also facilitates more public engagement should the public be interested to be there. And our intention is to continue to roll out more community surveys and ultimately do community workshops where we're really engaging as many people as possible, either in person or online, with these key budget questions. 5 people, with all due respect, we have the council, which is elected by the vote of the people, and clearly you are making decisions on behalf of your constituency, but 5 resident members would be purely advisory. And if we're serious about community participation in our budgeting, that we need to do far more than just having a finance committee. We need to be looking at all these other measures, and that's what staff is currently pursuing.
Okay, and one last question on that kind of input. Our current finance committee, the council put in place when we did the resolution to expand the committee, pretty strict requirements for who would qualify. They had to have financial experience, I forget them all, but financial experience, a degree, whatever it is. As I read the proposed Finance Commission initiative, those same requirements don't apply, but I'm assuming that just for purposes of public participation, we're looking for not just a CFO, not just a finance degree person, not a private sector person, not a tech executive, but a nonprofit, a teacher, a student, whoever it is. So in some respect, in your opinion, do we get actually more input from a bigger variety of people by having the kind of surveying you're talking about versus a confined committee with specific requirements?
Right, so it really depends upon, all of the voices in our community. We have a lot of diversity within Los Gatos, and it's going to be important that we hear all the different perspectives. So the value of doing community surveys or ultimately budget workshops is that you're going to get the perspectives of people who have different life experiences and perhaps different needs. The technical experience that's outlined in the current enabling resolution does focus primarily on more private sector, financial auditing, et cetera. But again, if someone has experience in a government setting, that would be preferable. So far, we haven't seen people with municipal experience come forward for the committee.
Okay, thank you. Bear with me. I'm sorry, council and staff, but I just want to get these questions answered. I'm going to go to the desk item we got with the bullets, and I'm going to start on page 2. This is a segue from the questions I was asking. The first bullet says that the proposal, the ballot proposal, indicates that each town council member will appoint 1 citizen appointee. And my question is, by what standard? And are we concerned with there being a lack of standards? At least I can't find any, but by what standard? I mean, can I appoint my yoga teacher without any kind of vetting or interview process like we normally have for commissions?
And no, the requirements of the finance committee commission person would be the same qualifications that we currently have. They transferred those same qualifications that we currently have on the commission into their, on the committee, into their commission initiative.
Okay, so I'm not getting a cross-section. I'm still getting private sector finance.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see.
Did they take, which? Okay, there was some changes to that the CPA requirement. But
Is there or not
it's basically
there?
the same, it's not there.
You don't have to be a CPA, but you essentially have to be a
Finance
pri-
guru.
private sector finance person.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see, going down to the sixth bullet requires the town manager to respond in writing to the Finance Commission, providing his or her rationale for accepting or rejecting each of the Finance Commission's comments or considerations on the CAFR. We don't do that now. Is there a reason to have a secondary review or response? And what's the burden of that versus just coming to a meeting and commenting on it or writing into us? I'm just curious about that.
And this is one specifically that I pointed out to the proponents, that we don't do that. When recommendations are made from the Planning Commission, those recommendations come forward. So certainly they can review the CAFR. They could do that at the Finance Commission meeting. They could make those recommendations and the minutes would go on, or to the, but requiring the town manager then to take those recommendations and do a full written report on that will have a fiscal impact. So it's something that's not done in any other town or city that I was able to locate, and is the reason why I pointed that out to the proponents.
Okay, and this goes to several of the bullet points, so I'm just going to ask, I guess.
And then my other part of that is it's usually not done because it's difficult for the commission or any committee or board to do anything in writing. All staff comes from the paid employees. So not only do we would have to take those recommendations, then you're going to have to put those recommendations in writing. So staff is going to have to take the time to do that, as opposed to the recommendations that come from, as in this case, the Planning Commission or anything else is done either by minutes or in a staff report.
Okay, thank you. There's a couple of bullets that I'm going to roll into one, I guess, and maybe this is for Ms. Prevetti. One of the primary functions of the town council that we get elected to do is budgeting. And budgeting, of course, can be a proxy for policies. And so it's not purely a financial matter how the council does its budgeting. It might want to support a bus program. It might want to support a party downtown, et cetera, which may not necessarily make a CPA happy with the fiscal aspects of that. So when I look at the bullets that require in the commission, for example, the first one on page 3, that the Finance Commission is going to talk to us about our policies and programs to maximize town revenues. That's a budgeting question for the council, correct?
Correct.
The same with setting funding goals for reserve. That's a discretionary call for the council, correct?
Yes.
The Finance Commission make recommendations to the town council regarding policies and programs to minimize the town's cost to provide core services and required activities consistent with desired service level for residents. Well, isn't that for the council to determine what the desired service level is?
Absolutely.
And then the second bullet on page 3, programs to maximize fee generation, it goes down at the end and says, well, we can't do market rate, that's illegal. But don't we also consider for fees things like, I want to incentivize business economic development, or I want to discourage you parking your car in a particular place. So the fees aren't necessarily tied to a mathematical fiscal analysis. They might be trying to incentivize or discourage particular behaviors.
That's correct.
Do we use them that way?
Yes,
And
we do.
yeah, they can't exceed the cost of the services, but you can certainly, based on policy decision from council, reduce it less than the full 100% cost for that service. And you've done that on many occasions for
Okay.
different services.
And then finally, the last bullet on page 3 requires the it says committee, but I'm assuming it's commission, review and monitor any events or issues which may affect the financial status of the town. I mean, have there been any kind of analysis? That could be anything. That could be me continuing the school bus program. That could be me filling a pothole. So is there any concern, legal concern, with the vagueness of that mandate?
And the concern relates back to the earlier one where the number of meetings is decided by the Finance Commission and the agenda is set solely by the chair, which is even different than this council has or any other board or commission has. You do the agenda in consultation with the town manager or with the department head, and they're set meetings. I told the proponents that based on what I have seen in this, my opinion, and that's why I'd like to see an expert look at it and see, I think this board has to meet almost every 2 weeks, just like Planning Commission and you do, to be able to cover all these items set forth in this ordinance.
Okay. Thank you for your indulgence, everyone. Mr. Rennie.
Okay, I think you covered some of my questions in there, and I had, you just got to the one about the chair. I was, when I looked at it, it looked a little open-ended, and I was worried. So you said normally we do it in consultation with the town manager or a staff liaison or something like that. Even the mayor, when they set agendas for the council, there's consultation, and the town manager says, well, you know, we can get 3 of your 4 desires done next week, kind of thing. Is that the process that goes on?
That's correct.
And
with all other boards and commissions, that's the process also.
So can that be the process in the way this is written here?
No, it says the chair sets the agenda.
So
In their ordinance.
Is there some limit on how much work staff is going to do, right? You know, they could have 20 items on next week's agenda that could take hundreds of hours. That's excessive, obviously, but that's possible here also?
It's potentially possible.
And there's nothing we could do about it? Except pay the bill?
That's one of the problems with the ordinance.
Okay, so another place that I was a little worried about, I know we've had some trouble filling 3 people on our current finance commission committee, current finance committee. So I have a little bit of concern about keeping 5 people on a committee. In page, well, it says 403 of the entire packet, it talks about the finance committee shall include recommendations about whether the town council should approve or disapprove the proposed budget. So I've been in plenty of committees before where, especially at VTA, where we may be missing a person and 2-2 we can't come to agreement. And this says, so what worries me is it says they shall. Well, what if they shall approve or not approve? What if you have a 2-2 split? You're stuck not getting through that. So I'm worried, you know, if I wrote this ordinance, I wouldn't write it that way, because I would be worried about what's going to happen if you can't come to an agreement.
So any tie with the recommendation would come forth. There's no recommendation whatsoever, and we still have a legal obligation under state law to approve our budget.
But it says that they shall, and you haven't shalled it. You have not shalled it. Okay. I had another one that seemed a little weird to me, that they're going to participate in a pre-audit meetings with the auditors. Is that saying that the whole commission is going to be in a pre-audit meeting? Usually, you staff, I think, has a pre-audit meetings to get ready to go, and the auditor probably comes back for other meetings. My concern is, how are you going to schedule 5 busy volunteers to come all at the same time during the day when the auditor can be here.
Another clause that I pointed out from the very beginning, they actually made changes to this, because my main concern is there's a lot of information that's given into our auditors that is personnel related, privacy issues, and so they wouldn't be entitled to that being on this commission. So they did put language in there that would exclude them from that part of it, but it still has the ability, just as you said, what's the procedure here? It has to be an open meeting if you're going to have all 5 with this pre-auditor. How many times is this going to happen? Will that increase the cost of the auditor having to come to the Finance Commission? Because currently that's not within the budgeted, they put in their proposal how many meetings they will come to. And so yes, added cost, added staff time was all pointed out to the proponents very early on in the procedure.
Okay. So there's, towards the end, there's a lot of changes where it looks like they've rolled Measure G requirements of the Oversight Committee into this, with lots of red lines. They're not red, but lines through the words. Without, really analyzing it tightly, I couldn't tell, is that change any of the promises that were made in Measure G?
No, and that's probably the one part that I do appreciate about this is that we've had a very difficult time obtaining volunteers for the Tax Oversight Committee. So this assumes this into it and makes changes to the ordinance that allows the Finance Commission to act as the sales tax oversight. But it's the exact same language, the exact same duties and responsibilities will have to be.
Okay, I think all my questions for now. Thanks.
Before I go to the Vice Mayor, just to follow up on Mr. Rennie's last question, didn't the council already roll the Tax Oversight Committee into the Finance Committee by its own action? I know didn't we talk about it?
We've kind of done it as an interim until we can find them.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's really more that we expanded the responsibility of the Finance Committee to serve also as Sales Tax Committee representatives.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Right. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm looking at page 2 of 3 of the staff report under discussion, and the first one refers to adopt a resolution. Does this council have any discretion with regard to the initiative going forward on the ballot?
No, you have discretion on the ballot language, the ballot question that is being proposed, and I did one, and over the weekend I even shipped it a little bit more, so that can be changed. The ballot question is for you to decide on, but the actual deciding whether it will go on the election or not, it either has to go on the election or you have to adopt the ordinance without modifications.
Okay.
But tonight you have that third alternative, which is order the report, which gives you 30 days to get that report done before you take your 2 choices.
All right, and then looking again at number 1 under the discussion, at the end of that first section or sentence, it says, and direct the town attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the initiative pursuant to California Elections Code 9280. So that would be part of what if we adopted the number 1, it would include an analysis. Okay. And is that analysis an option or is that a mandate?
That's an option. It's almost always done. That also is included in the ballot so that the voters see that prominently with the argument for and against.
All right, and then, so we don't have any alternative this evening but to allow the ordinance to go forward to the people in the election. We do have an option under paragraph 1 with regard to the analysis. I'm assuming, but I will ask, that we have an option with regard to number 3, order the preparation of an analysis. And then we have the option number 2 of just adopting the ordinance. Any other options or mandates?
That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to just clarify again the options. So number one, put it on the ballot, and the ballot includes that impartial analysis. So when I get my sample ballot at home, the state treasurer says blah, blah, blah. That's what we're talking about here, correct?
Correct.
The 9212 report is an option that is a more detailed analysis that comes back to the council before it determines whether to adopt what we have or put it on the ballot.
Correct.
Correct?
My impartial analysis would not deal with the fiscal impact.
Okay. Ms. Sayak, you had a question.
Actually, I have a couple. The first is, Ms. Spector identified 3 options. The fourth option is to continue with this resolution that you were working on that, that it sounds like is coming to us in April, in hopes of reconciling some of the differences that is in this initiative versus what you feel is feasible for the town, in hopes that that could be something that could be the vehicle to address this issue.
But that's not an option tonight.
That's not an option tonight?
No.
Okay. That is
It's
something
a
that,
separate track. That those tracks might come together at some point in time. But tonight, because they have obtained the necessary signatures, your option is to call the election
okay,
or adopt the ordinance without modifications or order the report. If you order the report, then 30 days later, we'll come back with you, and then you have the fiscal impacts to decide whether you want to, 2 choices would then be available, call the election or adopt the ordinance without modification. So what the third option of the fiscal impact report does is not only does it give the public the knowledge of what the fiscal impacts for this ordinance will be, it'll also still give you the ability to look at those fiscal impacts and make a decision whether now you want to call the election or adopt the ordinance without modification.
okay. And so I wanted to clarify another thing that I heard. One was on the requirements, qualifications with regard to what that appointee would look like. There was a lot of discussion about a private sector finance person. There's nothing that precludes a public sector. Okay, okay. So just wanted to make sure I understood that. And then the third question I have, there's a lot of discussion of the financial impacts, meaning the financial impacts if we were to have to hire staff to do all this work?
It's important to note that some of the provisions in the proposed measure impact not just the finance department. So there are elements that will affect the clerk department, will affect the town attorney's office, will affect my office and my staff. So it has broader implications than just, is this going to be more workload for a finance department? So it's really going to be what are the time requirements to do all of this, estimates of staff hours to write all these reports and conduct meetings, et cetera, et cetera. So it's going to be an estimate for certain, is my understanding of how these reports would be done. But ultimately, it may require budget augmentation in order to meet the requirements now of a vote of the people if it is voted on by our electorate.
Okay, I have a question brought up by Ms. Sayak's question on the options. 1, put it on the ballot. Get the impartial analysis that we're all used to on the ballot. 2, adopt the proposal as is. 3, order the 9212 fiscal impact report, which has to come back in 30 days. My question, based upon what Ms. Sayak was saying, is the document, if you will, or the, I don't know what to call it, the basis upon which we have a finance committee is a resolution adopted by the council. That the council can change at its pleasure, at its discretion, anytime it wants to. And it could theoretically do that in the 30 days during which the fiscal impact 9212 report is being done? Yes or no? In theory, yes or no?
Yes.
I just want to know,
Yes.
is that something that's,
Yes.
okay. So there's kind of three and a half options if we even wanted to consider that.
But simply because you adopt an alternative ordinance does not stop.
No, I did not say ordinance. I said
If you adopt-
resolution.
if
And
you
I,
adopt-
and I understand that a change in the resolution would not mean anything with respect to this ballot proposal. That would still be up to the proponents of the ballot proposal, and we would have no option if we decided either to put it on the ballot or to adopt it as is, regardless of what we did with the resolution. Okay. Other questions? So Ms. Sayak wants to clarify that, then we'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Okay. I still believe there's a simpler way to get to what we want to accomplish. If we were to create a resolution, it comes to us in April, it contains the principles of what this initiative, as well as what this council has said we would like some future commission to look like. There is an ability to create that. It can mirror whatever this initiative before us looks like. It's now just the proponents of the initiative to decide whether or not they want to withdraw.
Correct. And they have all the way up until August, I think.
August 7th.
August 7th to withdraw their initiative.
And if that initiative were to be withdrawn, then that alleviates the cost to the town.
Correct.
But until that is withdrawn, we're still on the hook for paying that bill.
Correct. I mean,
But we still also have to pay for the signature verification.
But that's going to happen regardless.
It's
because
already
it's
happened.
Okay.
Yeah, that's already happened. We haven't received the bill for that yet.
So is it totally unfeasible to think that grown adults in this room can happen in 1 month, come to agreement that we can carry through in a resolution that we can agree on, saving this town $100,000? What am I missing?
So this is, the key that you are missing is this, is I absolutely believe, yes, I could craft a resolution, ordinance, whatever you want to call it, adopted by this council that'll satisfy this council and the proponents. The difference is that the proponents do not want you to have control over that resolution or ordinance in the future. They don't want you to be able to change the resolution and the ordinance next year or the year after. They want you to have to go back to the vote of the people in order to change this ordinance. And that's the stumbling block. If you can get past that stumbling block, then I think we'll get there. But that, I'm not concerned about whether they're going to agree with that. I have direction from council to create an ordinance resolution that is acceptable to you for a new finance commission, and that's what's coming back to you. Whether it can be done in the next 30 days, I'm not sure. But it'll be done soon.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, Mr. Schultz, that what I heard Councilwoman Sayak talk about was a resolution, entirely different than an ordinance. So let's get our terms correct here.
There is very little difference between a resolution and ordinance. The only difference between a resolution and ordinance, a resolution can be changed in one meeting. An ordinance has to be changed in 2 meetings and requires notice in the paper. That's the only difference between the two.
Okay. Anything else? Seeing nothing? I'm gonna, let's see, can we do something here? Anybody want to start? I had terrible success with the school bus pilot, so Mr. Rennie?
It seems to me that we need to move forward with option number 3 to authorize or request the 9212 report and find out what the experts think this will cost. I think that's the best way to go. I'll make that a motion that we get, and it's, I guess, supposed to come back in 30 days, and then we can look at that report and decide which of option 1 or 2 we want.
You also need to include option A. You have to accept the certification.
I will include that also, accept the certification.
Before I ask for a second, I just want to make sure Ms. Neese, Mr. Schultz, whoever, looking at the first page of the staff report, it's got Finance Commission Initiative A, B, C. But those aren't, they're mutually exclusive, correct? Well, we have to say, yes, you have the number of signatures, but B, it's B or C, not B and C.
Correct.
Okay, so Mr. Rennie, your motion is for A and C. Am I right? I'm looking at this first page of the staff report?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, do we have a second on that motion? I'll second it. Yes.
Okay, another question of staff. So this report, 9212 report, this looks at the cost to the town in perpetuity. So if it looks like we're going to need to hire a staff person, the salary, the benefits, the long-term CalPERS that we've all been talking about.
Correct. Those are the things that I will look at.
Okay.
Okay, and I have a question too before we call the vote. If we go for the 9212 option, once we get that report back, then put it on the ballot or adopt an initiative as is, that's when we decide that, correct?
Correct.
This is just giving us another piece of information.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the primary purpose of the 9212 is just give you more, the public and you more information before making that decision.
Okay, so I think I already seconded, but a second. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm not going to support the motion because number 3, which is this 9212, is going to cost the town X amount of money to show that the initiative is going to cause the town to expend funds. That argument could be made as part of the impartial analysis, which is part of number 1. Now, staff might say, Mr. Schultz might say, well, yes, but I won't have the depth and detail of a financial analysis on number 3. And I say, well, yeah, and the town won't have to pay for the analysis in number 3, but you could still alert the residents of this town to the challenges and potential downsides of the initiative in an impartial way without incurring the extra report and the extra cost.
Okay, other comments or questions? Mr. Rennie.
Well, I have a question of Mr. Schultz because he said before that his impartial analysis doesn't include financial, and I can see that you start running into trouble being impartial when you start getting into that area. I would think an impartial analysis is really just, it says this is what's going to happen, this is going to happen. To do a financial analysis is now more of an opinion versus here's the facts. Could you comment on that?
That's correct. The impartial analysis is limited to only 500 words. I believe it could be 750, but I believe it's 500 words. And it just is an analysis of the measure and what's entailed. It's a short brief of exactly what's in the measure. It doesn't go into fiscal impacts. And those arguments certainly could be in the argument for and against and inform the public, but it won't be in my impartial analysis.
Okay, as a seconder of the motion, Ms. Spector's comments are interesting to me. I was seconding as a kind of compromise position, but if the position is, well, I can't ask for people to vote beforehand, so I'm not sure. I'll continue with my second, but I may not actually support the motion. Okay.
Mr. Schultz, as you can tell, I'm getting frustrated because I'm looking at the election code that the mayor brought forward, and it says one of the other things that we can ask is any other matters the legislative body requests to be in the report. Based on the desk item you've provided, there's some legal issues that we may need to consider. Could we ask this report to investigate? I mean, is that something that would also be taken into consideration?
They certainly could be. As I've stated, on the face, and that's what they look at. They look on the face of the ordinance, whether it's legal. The way it's written, it's my legal opinion, it meets state law. But there is subject to interpretation that could result in litigation. That's a totally different matter as opposed to something, they call it on the face, the ordinance violates state law, and it doesn't. But that certainly is something that could also be flushed out in the report that comes back to you.
Okay, and so my next question is, oftentimes with laws, these get passed, and then there is the administrative records that go along with it on how to actually implement the laws. So that would occur, should this go forward, should this pass, then it would be staff responsibility to then define how we administer this.
Yes. And if you, I know it's late hour, but I could talk all night on this subject, and I could give you an example pertaining to the way the selection occurs and how that could result in us having to formulate a policy on how it would be interpreted. And the quote from the attorney today that wrote this said they are leaving that up to the town council to decide how that would be implemented. And the question comes about is different than all our other boards and commissions that we select from. The majority selects our boards and commissions. You will each have the ability to select one person. So you shall, it says shall select one person to serve on the commission, and they shall serve 4 years. So in January, each one of the council members would select someone for 4 years, and they're going to rotate them. So 2 would serve 4 years, 1 for 3 years, 1 for 2 years, and 1 for 1 year. Let's suppose you were to draw the 4-year term and select someone for 4 years. In 2022, when you're up for election, if you did not run or were not successful running, the person on the Finance Commission would not be selected by the person sitting in that chair anymore. So they conflict with each other. And so that would leave us up to us to interpret whether the council member has the ability in 2022 to remove that person and terminate them. It also has no provision in there of termination when state law requires them to serve at the pleasure of the council, or in this case, at the pleasure of the council member. And when I explained those things to them in September, and even again today, both times I've been told they will leave that for the council to decide. So those are the types of things that we require staff time, policies, and procedures on how to implement the Finance Commission.
Okay, Mr. Rennie, does any of that information change your motion? Your motion, as I understand it, is to accept the signatures and ask for the preparation of a 9212 report?
Yes, that's correct. Was Councilmember Sayak asking for extra in it, or?
No, I don't think so. She was just asking
Okay.
questions and getting information. I just wanted to make sure
So
whether your
yes.
motion was changing or not.
No, no changes.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to call the question. My hesitation in doing that is that I think it's always important to get additional information. However, the vice mayor makes a good point about the cost of the preparation. And if the alternative was simply to place this on the ballot, I may be persuaded that that's a better alternative. But given that this is the motion we have on the table now, I'm going to call the question. So all in favor? Okay, all opposed? No. So that fails 3-1, 1-3, if you will. Councilman Rennie voting in favor. Is there an alternate motion?
Okay, so I'm going to see if I can start just taking this apart. I appreciate, Councilmember Reddy, what you're trying to do. I'm just going to focus on the very first one that we have no choice on. So I'm going to move to accept election official certification of the sufficiency of the Finance Commission petition.
Okay, there's a second for that?
Second.
Seconded by the vice mayor. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Are you going to keep going, or are you going to quit? Okay. All right, so I'll gonna keep going and say that, let's see. I move that we adopt, it's actually better stated on, under discussion, as the Vice Mayor pointed out on page 2 of 3, that we adopt a resolution, which is attachment 3 in our desk item, calling an election to be consolidated with the Santa Clara County general election occurring on November 3, 2020, and direct the town attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the initiative pursuant to California Elections Code, Section 9280, and allocate the $54,200 for the election, for the ballot. There's a second. Discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. That passes 3-1. Councilwoman Rennie opposed. Okay. And there is an item 11. Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And Mr. Schultz, you are going to continue with this resolution to see if we can move forward? I'm serious, guys. I think this is ridiculous that we're spending this much time and money on something that I think grown adults can just work on. So I'd like to see this move forward, see if we can come to some resolution, and perhaps rescind the initiative if we can reach to that agreement.
So that's a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
It was already on, I mean, it's not on your agenda to do that, but you were already on your goals and priorities, and I've been working on it
Well,
right now.
I'm sorry, what's on our goals and priorities?
Was to bring back either a resolution or ordinance. It wasn't described on the goals and priorities for changes to the finance committee. And those changes were not discussed at all in the goals and priorities. So it'll probably come back as a draft that you can decide on which items you want to include in the resolution, which ones not to.
Okay, I'm looking at Ms. Prevetti because I don't recall that being as part of our strategic goals.
It was in the list of ordinances that were prioritized.
Oh, and we just didn't,
We didn't have
we
discussion.
we did not specifically prioritize it.
We had a
Okay,
discussion
I got
about it.
Okay. Is there a second for the motion? Yeah, I think that there's a motion to specifically ask for that to come back to us.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a second. Okay, I'm not going to support that motion because I listened to Mr. Van Naden, and I don't believe that their compromise is possible. He stood up and told us that he had no trust in the staff, he had no trust in the council, and that a resolution would not work. I think that we are wasting our time, so I'm not going to support the motion. But I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Can't call the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? I can't?
No.
Yes, go ahead.
This is great. As the night gets later, we get more astute. I'm not going to support the motion. I'm not going to support the motion because I don't think I'll just say it's not necessary. And I agree with the mayor that I don't think it's going to get anywhere.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded by Councilman Rennie. All in favor? Opposed? No. 2-2 means no action. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't remain on your list of ordinances.
Okay. Because the previous action was to work on it.
That said, there you go. Yes, one person's glass is full and two people's glasses are empty. Okay, item 11, music in the park.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. Given the hour, I'll be brief. We're all very familiar with music in the park, and we understand for the last 2 years, staff produced and did the fundraising for it. Why we think we produced a very good concert series the last 2 years. We are not professional fundraisers, and so council asked us to go out with an RFP to see if we could find another group interested in the production of MIP. When the close of the RFP came, we did have one response. Staff has reviewed that response, and the individuals who provided it are in the audience today. That includes Neil Turley, Mark Siecha, and Perry Thorwaldson. Staff, I just got corrected, thank you. Staff believes that the response is a valid response and they're a credible group that could easily put together the production of MIP. But I will caveat that in addition to their response, accepting everything in the scope of work, they did have some additional requests of the council. Those requests are beyond what was provided to staff previously to put into the RFP, and so we are looking for direction on that. But on the surface of the response, the way it was presented, and them accepting the scope of work, we do think they're a credible entity and very capable of producing the series. But we will need to hear from council at some point about whether or not you're inclined to address any of the other issues that they brought forward. With that, all three of them are here. I believe Mark has filled out a speaker card, and staff is available for questions.
Any questions for Mr. Andrews? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Andrews, when you talk about the additional issues that, that council could address, could/should, are you talking about the list of items on page 4 or 5?
That is correct. And we're really talking about the top 2 items, which are the primary ones that have a financial component to them. All the other bulleted items are things that have already occurred in practice, and staff is comfortable just continuing to facilitate those, or items that have really no monetary significance, and so we're comfortable accommodating those. What we're really talking about is their request for the town to be what they refer to as kind of like their top titled naming sponsor, which is a $20,000 sponsorship based on how they're putting together their proposal. And then the other request was previously when we came before council to develop the RFP, our chief of police currently requires 2 police officers at an event this size due to some of the occurrences that have happened in the nation and in our own state. This council at the time said that we would fund one of them, but that the funding of the other officer was to go to whoever the respondent was. Those are their 2 primary additional requests that were included in their response.
And so we're looking at what is the cost of the 2 officers?
It's roughly about $5,000 apiece. Council, when we put the RFP together, previously agreed to fund one of them and left the additional cost of roughly $5,120 to whoever the respondent was.
So that it costs us another $5,120?
That would be correct.
And then $20,000 if we deal with the naming rights.
That would be correct.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So in your discussion of the second bullet item, it talks about the group mentioned the possibility of local sworn residents acting as volunteers to meet the needs of the public safety officials needed to present during events. And my understanding is the two officers is about an active shooter situation, so I don't see how a local sworn resident fills that second police officer.
And I was just reflecting elements of a conversation I had with the respondent. However, our chief of police is here tonight, and he can speak to that item directly.
Mr. Ciche will call you when your card is up, but Ms. Chief DeSena, can you answer the question?
Good evening. Pete DeSena, Chief of Police. There is, my understanding of it was that it would be a local officer, not from Los Gatos Montesino Police Department, who would be volunteering. If I'm correct in that, please. I think there would be some issues with that. I understand they wanted to discuss some other options. I'd be happy to do that, but I think the town attorney would agree there might be some problems with using someone who is a sworn officer from a different agency working a volunteer pay job in our town. And I think there'd be some liability issues, indemnification issues regarding that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just add, if I mischaracterized something, I apologize. Mark was in Hawaii. I was in my car. We were teleconferencing, and so he can speak to that item directly.
I just want to follow up, Chief DeSena. Can you remind the council why you think it's important to have 2 officers?
There's a number of criteria that we established, again, in light of some of these sort of mass casualty events that are occurring throughout the country, including locally. So these are the size, the fact that they'd be highly advertised and draw people from out of town. It'd be an open, fixed location. whether or not there's going to be alcohol. There's a series of criteria that our special event sergeants utilize to determine the number. Now, typically for large events, we are requiring that there be 2 officers. In an event like that, if an officer responds, just as they would in a patrol function, they would be 2 officers that respond to an event, a situation that would be generated in an event like that. So we're just saying that to have 2 officers there would just, the 2 officers could deal with the situation rather than waiting for a backup to come from patrol.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, Mr. Sitcho, now it's your chance. Come on up. Yeah, if the whole team wants to come on up, but tell us who you are, please.
Mark Secchia, and about 2 months ago, we received an email from the city, email blast about whether we would offer a proposal to run music in the park. And at that time, we had known that over the previous 5 or 6 years, a couple volunteer groups did it, and they had no interest in doing it anymore. We also understand that 2 years ago, the city stepped up and said, well, if no one will do this, we'll do it. It went from 8 concerts to 5 concerts. So seeing the email, we kind of thought, all right, this thing might be headed for disaster or cancellation. So I kind of looked around for some local experts, and I came up with Neil and Perry. Neil and I live in the same street right downtown. And then Perry was born here in Los Gatos, but lives in Saratoga. So don't hold that against him. And we thought we wanted to go ahead and do this. And basically, Neil runs his own staging and marketing and event company. He does concerts. He does them for other cities. He actually put a proposal in 2016 to this council, lost, I believe, to a volunteer group who was offering to do it for free. Perry, you may know him. He's done the audio at Music in the Park for the last couple of years, and he's fully on board with us. I fit in, ever since I sold my business. I'm not doing anything. I'm more than enough time to do all this stuff. I would be in charge of sponsorships. I would be in charge of the children's activities, which we'll talk about in a bit, and then I'm funding the event as well. And I'd be the main point of contact with the city and with most of the other entities of the police department or sponsors. So taking this now to the proposal, what you probably saw in there, and I'm going to assume that you read it, but more or less we want to continue your effort to get family-focused, friendly, safe bands and music involved. We want music that prompts you to get up and dance, but doesn't demand your full attention and force you to do nothing but sit there and stare at them and listen to their blasting music. We're not going to do the biggest block party that Los Gatos has ever seen. We're not trying to replace Hannigan's big parties. What we want to do is we want to extend the event. We want to bring it 2 hours forward, have 2 hours of kind of like a family time before the actual party starts. It's going to be hot. We have to do shade mitigation. We got to figure a little bit of that out. But the idea is this event's at capacity. Ask the neighbors. They don't want more than 2,000 people traipsing through that area. So instead of getting more people in, we're hoping to bring it a little bit earlier, do this children's stuff, and kind of think of like a Norman Rockwell-esque, you know, the classic car wash watermelon eating contest. Marching bands coming through, lucky draws or raffles, something that's like a little bit smaller, kind of happening off to the side while the main thing is being set up. Then at 5 o'clock, it transfers over. The families might hang around for a little bit, but I think as the wine gets going, they're not going to want to stay around for that much longer. At this point, you know, we didn't expect to be the only team here. I think we put together a great one, but it's kind of a surprise to me that there's nobody else even proposing to do this. We have a couple twists. We do want to do a wine and beer tasting area. You know, we need the revenue streams. We want to basically throw, 8 concerts for 15 to 20,000 people. It's a lot of work. I mean, how much would you charge just to go pick up the garbage? Nonetheless, everything else we got to do. And we're nervous. Coronavirus, economy going down, it's tough. I think this event's an $86,000 event. That's it. I'm out of time.
Questions? Thank you very much for being here. Okay, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing. Does anyone have any questions for staff on council? Does anyone have comment, question, discussion, motion? Ms. Sayak.
Thank you for stepping up. This is something that I think many of us want to continue. I understand that there's more costs that we anticipated, but I'm willing to absorb those costs next year to see how it goes. I think the second police officer, while ideally what I'm hoping is that you will be so successful that you will have a long-term future and your sponsorships will start to absorb some of these costs. So I'm willing to fund the $20,000 as well as the 2 officers for next year. Hope you get yourself on strong footing and then your sponsorships grow and then we can revisit that. And my motion is to approve as is.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Discussion or questions on the motion? Okay, call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
look forward to your concerts. Okay, now is the time for those of you who have hung in there. Now you see why I delayed, because we would have been here to 1 a.m. if we'd had 40 minutes of verbal comments before. But you hung in there, and so here you are. For verbal communications, something that's not on the agenda. Susan Bassey.
Hi, my name is Susan Bassey, and I'm the former print publisher of my Out and About magazine that was based here in Los Gatos. I used to promote events like your Music in the Park, and my magazine got sold to the Metro in 2015. And I have since got formal training and experience as an investigative reporter. I now work as a freelance investigative reporter with all the mainstream media outlets. I have been an expert on public records requests, and I am an expert on investigating family courts. And that has taken us to our local family courts. In my expertise in most recent months has focused on police misconduct and SB 1421 in public records. I am currently working on an investigative project that's taken 5 years, and this project is going to be covered by mainstream media outlets. It's going to be a docuseries. It's going to be widespread media attention, and Los Gatos is not going to be proud of what we found. I think the most shocking to me is that I moved here in 2010, and so I'm speaking to you tonight as in my personal capacity and my professional capacity. And Ms. Spector, I probably voted for you at one point when I moved here, and I have been shocked and appalled at your association with James Towery and Hogue Fenton. My investigation is focused on private judging, and that will be a separate issue. But the more important issue is the human trafficking issue involving an immigrant that is about to becoming an international story. Our investigation began in 2002 with the indictment of William Dancer, who was fixing traffic court tickets with Los Gatos police members, officers, and members of the Los Gatos Little League. We then moved to 2007 when the city of Los Gatos and other cities and towns in the county were sued for public records requests related in the Neymark case, which is a published legal decision, and I'm assuming your town council will be addressing these issues. In 2010, I started investigating domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse issues in Santa Clara County. Our child abuse hotline audit shows that the phone wasn't even answered. And if you're not watching the Netflix documentary series about LA County, you should be, because the vicarious liability that is going to come to this town based on what has happened and the international stories that are about to break is significant. Our investigation focuses on James Towery and Jeff Rosen, but I want you to know that today I spent over 6 hours trying to get public records from the Los Gatos Police Department, and the city is just simply violating California's Government Code 6253A. They're not giving me access to records which I'm entitled to get when I walk into the office. This is an international story. You're obstructing media, you're obstructing the press, and you're obstructing a very important investigation. And this may be a Neymark case revisited. So if you have any questions for me, I've documented my journey today. We posted it live on YouTube. There's already over 4,000 views on it. My videos on my YouTube channel are being used by mainstream media for part of this investigation. It will be a professional production. And what has gone on in this
So, Ms.
town-
Bassey, your 3 minutes are up. We'll look for you on YouTube. Thank you.
Mhm.
Ed Turner? He didn't last. Robert Lip? Theodore Chin?
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Theodore Chin. I'm here on a private mission. I live in a condo above Boulanger on the corner of West Main Street Montebello Way.
We know where it is.
I'm just Montebello Way. In bedroom is right above Montebello Way. And the people who were going to move in after Boulanger, they were applying for a parklet permission. It's like 20 feet from my bedroom. I don't want to hear all that noise to 9, 10 o'clock at night. And then the other thing, I bought the thing because of the tranquility of the street. And all that would be disturbed if you put a parklet in with lights, noise, liquor license. And I just want to let you know, thank you for listening. I'm against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your input. No, you don't have any questions, so thank you. Claire Wilson. Ms. Spector.
May I ask a question of staff while the person walks up?
Yes.
Is there, are we talking about another parklet in that Montebello Main Street area or the ones currently under construction?
This is the proposed parklet that staff brought to you in December that we're still working with the applicant on. So it's still in process.
It's a different
So
one?
it's not the ones that are under construction on Main.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Clara Wilson. I live in one of the 6 condos that Theodore Chin just mentioned. I live in the next door to him. So I've been working on this since July, at protesting the putting in of a parklet below our bedrooms and living room. I'm not against parklets. I think it's a good idea generally. There's no other parklet being considered or being constructed that is right next to other residences. We're the only ones that are going to be right next to a parklet 7 days a week for like 12 hours. The parklet application guidelines says in the community outreach section, and I quote, "The applicant must provide broad outreach and obtain support of nearby businesses and residences." They don't have our support. But it seems like the town is going ahead with getting several iterations. I think they've had at least 3 different submissions of the parklet because of revisions requested by the staff. And it's a mixed-use building. The 2nd floor is not owned by commercial. It's owned by private residences, 6 condo owners. And it doesn't seem right that someone renting part of the 1st floor should be able to go ahead with such a drastic change to the neighborhood. It doesn't seem fair. It wasn't there when we bought it. It wasn't disclosed that all of a sudden our front yard was going to have outdoor seating 7 days a week. So I just really want to know if there's approval from any of the other adjoining businesses, or is it just this one person or people putting in the new restaurant? It doesn't seem like the guidelines are being followed. And it really severely impacts the 6 people who have spent a lot of money to buy to live there. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. You have a question, Ms. Spector.
Have you been working with, interfacing with staff who are overseeing the parklet?
Yes. I've been working with Erin Walters since, I think, July 2nd. She's been great, by the way, to work with. And some combinations of us have also had a meeting with some of the other staff, Monica Wren, and I'm sorry, I can't remember all the names because it's so late, but there were like 4 or 5 other staff members. So yeah, we have been working with them over time. And I mean, I've never done this before, you know, but I was kind of doing a wait and see, but you know, it seems like it's the 11th hour now, and they don't, it says right in the guidelines, you know, it needs the support of the adjoining residences, and there is none, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Joanne Justice.
I came before you a couple of months ago to talk about the traffic issues on Blossom Hill Road. The man who died, or actually was killed, was in front of my house, so it's very personal to me. My grandchildren go to the elementary school. The speed is out of control. You know it. The cops know it. Everybody knows it. Thank you, Matt. We've been working with him. He stepped up. We had a neighborhood meeting in February. There were 40 people there. He got to talk to everybody and their complaints about how dangerous the road is. I asked you before about reducing the speed, and you said it would take an ordinance. If you go up to your website under North 40, you have 3 temporary ordinances. So it can be done. But apparently, everybody wants to use it like a freeway. So the question I have for the town council is, Days Avenue School, coming off of Winchester, just a bit before it gets to the neighborhood area residential, it says 25, 25, 25. It doesn't say when children are present. Not only do our children present around the elementary school, but you have pedestrians, you have bikers. This isn't just for one set of people. I don't understand it. I know that you were sued, Cole versus town. There was a hell of an accident in 2007, 13 years ago. I understand tonight that as a result of this lawsuit, and it looks like it was decided in 5 years later, that you made some changes to Blossom Hill Road. Okay, well, the curve is painted red. That's good. You made a little parking area. I don't know what more that you could have done. What we're asking for is, I got a call last night from a senior living at the terraces, and he asked me to put together a petition. He's got 50 people that'll sign it. The meeting that we had with Matt was 40, that's 90. What is a magic number that it's going to take to get this council to make this a 2-lane road, to make it safer for our children, for pedestrians, for the bikers, and for drivers? Now, last week, they trimmed some of the trees, and they have a sign out there that shows your speed. Big friggin' deal. Everybody knows what the speeds are. So what's that going to prove? What your speed is? Do you think they're going to slow down? And all of us that live on Blossom Hill Road, getting out of the driveway is near impossible. So.
You still got 30 seconds.
What more can I say? But you're going to see me over and over and over again until this town makes some big changes on that road. And I hope it doesn't take another lawsuit. I can't imagine what it costs to defend the town. And then you go ahead and make some improvements. When you've made improvements at Days Avenue, Louise Van Meter, and Raymond J. Fisher. That's all I have to say. I'll be back.
Thank you. Richard Kelso.
Thank you for listening to me and staying up so late to hear me. It's been a challenge for me. I'm one of the condo owners at Montebello. There's 6 of us. I've talked to everybody. Everybody is against having a parklet across from the park in Montebello. I have some good reasons why I'm against it. I could probably convince you, but I don't have to. It says in the parklet rules that they have to get support from the residents. There's 6 of us that are residents. We're all against it. Some of the businesses that I've talked to, actually all the ones that I've talked to, are against it. So I want to know where we stand, where I go from here with this. How many more people do I have to recruit or get or have them come down here to make this work out where you see it our way, that this is a wrong place to put a parklet? It should go over on Main Street where the other parklets are. I want to know what the rules are since they're not seemingly being followed.
Okay, so this is verbal communication that's not on the agenda tonight, so we're not going to have a full discussion of it as you sat and listened and watched us do all night long.
Okay.
So thank you for your comments, and we'll take them into consideration.
Yeah, this is a different circumstance on a park, not a busy street. The parklet is not supervised at nighttime. It's for public use. And if it's across from a park, it's going to be used a lot differently than if it's in the middle of town somewhere. There's a sanitation problem here, too, that I'd like to find out about, and probably nobody wants to talk about that tonight, but I'd like to know about that. And just why are the rules being broken on the residents? And what does it take to fix that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelso. Gerald Scott, I don't think you're here anymore. Oh, you had a question? No? No, actually she doesn't. I'm pretty sure Gerald Scott isn't here anymore. John Eichinger.
John Eichinger, 637 San Benito Avenue. I wasn't aware that there's a parklet going on a Montebello. And I'm adamantly opposed to it, so I'm going to join them too. We've got a parking problem in Los Gatos, have for years and years, and now we're giving up parking places, one after the other, in order to have nice seating outside that's only going to be used 20% of the time. It's not going to be used in the winter, not going to be used in the rain, not going to be used at night, but all these parking places are suddenly disappearing around town. So I'm in favor of them. Not only that, but what's going to happen to the farmers market? We're going to lose several spots there too. Very difficult. These owners all think it's great to have these parklets outside for people to sit in, but the customers can't go get parking anymore. Change of subject. Robert Lipp was here tonight wanted to talk about fluoride. We understand that the Santa Clara County Water District wants to put fluoride in our water. I'm adamantly opposed to that too. Besides coffee, I want 3 things in my water. H2O, period. I don't want fluoride when I take a shower. I don't want to drink and ingest fluoride. I don't want it when I water my vegetable gardens, having fluoride on my part. It's a poison. Shouldn't be ingested. So I know it's not on the agenda, but I think the town of Los Gatos should have some voice in what happens with that. Bob's going to come back next meeting and talk about it, but I would think that before the Santa Clara County Water District is allowed to put fluoride into our water, that the town of Los Gatos should be notified about it and be able to say something about it. Thank you very much for all you do.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good night. And that concludes our meeting for this evening. Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Eichinger, don't.
Oh, I don't have, I have
Oh, it's not for you. I'm sorry. We get you all excited. No, it's for somebody different. Thank you. Good night. Ms. Spector.
So while everybody's here, what do the neighbors have to do? What's the process for getting a parklet, and what can neighbors do to weigh in and be aware of the process?
So staff has been working with the neighbors as well as with the proposed business on the parklet, and I'll let either Matt or Monica respond in terms of where we are in the process and next steps.
So based on this application in particular, in the beginning, the restaurant had asked to actually put it on Main Street, and we did speak with the residents here this evening, and they were opposed to any parklet. And then as conversations evolved, we brought that forward to you as the council, and it actually turns out that we're not even sure that parklet can go on Main Street. I don't believe that it's within range of the front door of that restaurant in order for them to provide service through the ABC license. And through those conversations, they actually moved to Montebello. They had some talks with the neighbors. They had some talks with Farmers Market. It was our understanding that the outreach had been done. The businesses that are around them are in support. The Farmers Market, we've received letters that are there in support of it as well. And then we've been continuing to reach out to the neighbors each time we get a reiteration of that parklet application. So that's been kind of the ongoing outreach. I can't say that I do know that they've come to an agreement, but I do know that the neighbors have met with the business proposing the parklet.
What's the process? I mean, is somebody going to approve it or disapprove it? I mean, what's the process?
process at this point is that it meets the criteria of the application, and so we plan to move forward and approve it. If the council has other thoughts, we can look at bringing that back to you.
If there's two members of the council that want to consider that on the agenda, they can bring that forward.
Well, I don't know what the process is for myself. I would definitely.
According to our council policies, as I understand it, the mayor can put something on the agenda, or if two members of the council agree to ask for an item to go on the agenda, then the mayor then puts that on the agenda as it fits into the schedule. Am I right or wrong about that?
You're
Is that the
correct.
process you're talking about?
And-
Or are
and-
you talking about some different process?
I don't know what the process is for approving a parklet. If the only way that it can be discussed, then I would say, yes, I would be one of the people who would bring it here, but I didn't know that that's the way it would go.
Right, so the process is purely administrative. And if you recall, back in December, we brought some parklet questions to you because we were getting so many applications and we wanted to touch base. The direction back in December was staff, keep going, follow the procedures that we've already adopted. If you would like, we'd be happy to bring back those guidelines for your further consideration. I think now that we've got at least one up and running, we're already making some administrative changes to make sure things are clarified. This one is not yet settled, but it is staff's intent to follow the guidelines that council approved.
And those guidelines, like the town manager said, we're going through a little bit of a learning process, so we are changing the encroachment permit and the agreement for maintenance and liability and insurance, almost like you see a conditions of approval. And certainly for this parklet, if it continues down the path of approval, other conditions could be put in regarding noise, regarding hours, regarding other conditions that could protect against any nuances. And then again, this is a pilot program, so if in fact it became a nuisance to the residents, then it could also be removed at any time.
Okay, so actually, no, we've heard the public, I think we're pretty clear on what your position is. No, I know that you don't want a parklet. Or we all know that you don't want a parklet. So I just want to sum up. Ms. Prevetti, Ms. Wren, the council has agreed for various reasons to put the parklets forward on a pilot program with administrative approval with the guidelines we have in place. We discussed this, I recall, just a couple months ago. We continued with that initiative. So for my money, if somebody wants to do something with this particular parklet, not with the guidelines, then two council people should make known by email, however else, that they would like this particular parklet put on an agenda. Absent that, I think we'll go with the process that we've previously adopted. Okay, so now I think we're done.